Okay. Another day researching. I was gonna stream yesterday, but there was a thunderstorm, and I didn't. I have PTSD from um shorting out my fucking computer when it was on the last time I had a thunderstorm, and it was not good. I lost my Minecraft world, and I had to make a new one. So, okay, we're just gonna get right into this. Uh, so I'm probably gonna combine strengthening the economy and increasing affordability and reducing federal regulations and government spending. I'm not going to combine. Maybe I. Well, I don't know actually, but I'm going to just for this stream focus on these two probably, or this like economic policy playlist, whatever thing. Because the last one we did was border security and stuff, and that has its own playlist now. So, or wait, let me show you. Yeah, so this is going to be its own separate playlist. And both strengthening the economy, blah, 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 and reducing federal regulations or whatever are both going to be in the same playlist. So basically, here's what I understand. So we already started on the reducing federal regulations and government spending. This one's going to be pretty easy. I'll probably do this one first. And then for strengthening the economy, increasing affordability, this is just my understanding. I might look into it and I might be wrong or I might be understating it. But basically, from what I understand, Trump's economy isn't like, it's not horrible. But my main issue is that he has said that Biden's economy is like the worst economy ever. Like it's like that would, it was like the worst economy ever. We were gonna like, he's basically acting like he's like saved the country, right? And the issue is that there's been basically no improvement in the economy whatsoever, and I'm pretty sure there's a few things that are not like he's not doing well on. Like he said he was going to bring inflation down, it's only gone up. Or it hasn't, or is it going? I don't know actually. Or wait, I have it written right here. Unemployment is going up. Inflation is not going down like he claimed it was. Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. Housing costs. I hear the housing market is fucking terrible now. It's gotten worse under Trump, but once again I don't know anything about that. Maybe it's not true. Deficit spending. This is another huge one, and this also kind of relates to reducing federal regulations. So this might end up just going in here with the deficit spending stuff. But basically, you know, in spite of trying to reduce government spending and trying to get rid of all this like worthless shit, we're not bringing in, we're spending more than we're making, right? Under Trump, we're spending a lot more than we're making, and I'm pretty sure under Trump's first term, wow, I can't type to save my fucking life. Trump's first term government deficit spending. From what I understand, it was fucking horrible in his first term. Committee for a responsible federal budget. Is there like just a regular? Am I gonna have to get batteries for my fucking? I'm gonna have to get batteries for my mouse. From what I understand, yeah, his like 10-year debt approved. 8.8 trillion of gross new borrowing and a 443 billion of deficit reduction. So he brought in 8.8 trillion and got rid of 443 billion, I guess is what it's saying. I'm pretty sure Biden's deficit reduction, a lot of it does come from COVID stuff, like COVID going away. But I don't know. But yeah, from what I understand, his deficit spending was fucking horrible in his first term, and I'd imagine it's everything about Trump is getting more fucking insane in his second term than his first. So I'd imagine his deficit spending is getting worse. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get started on this. I'm gonna read these, and then I'll decide where I want to go. I probably, because I already started reducing federal regulations and stuff, so I might just start on that. But hold on, I gotta get batteries for my mouse. Okay. Okay, that should be good. All right. Whoa. Oh no, I gotta fix my mouse. It's not on properly. Okay. It's working now. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. All right. Trump's affordability efforts are a mess of absurdity and magical thinking. This is an opinion piece, but we'll see what it says. Wait, when was this? Oh, this was posted yesterday. Okay. When running for president last year, Donald Trump wooed and wowed voters by vowing to reduce prices starting on day one. This might be interesting. Because there's something else I want to do with this one as well as affordability versus wages. Like, are things becoming more affordable? And if they're not becoming more affordable, are wages increasing exponentially with that so that we're not going broke, right? Like if affordability is going up, then wages don't necessarily have to go up because our dollar becomes more valuable. But if affordability is going down and our wages aren't going up, even down or up, it doesn't really matter, then we're getting completely fucked. Down or just neutral, or like no growth at all, rather. Okay. But once he was inaugurated, he seemed to pay precious little attention to prices and affordability. All that changed, however, when inflation-weary voters thrashed Trump in the GOP on Election Day this month. Within days, the Trump administration launched a slapdash effort to focus on affordability. Unfortunately, the campaign is a hot mess, a pile of absurdity, contradictions, magical thinking, scapegoating, and good old Trumpian dishonesty, with Trump repeatedly blaring the prices are down. rollcall.com/factbase/Trump/transcript/Donald Trump interview Laura Ingraham. Oh, he said this during that interview. Okay. 2 days after Election Day, Trump got his administration's affordability drive off to a disastrous start when he said, "Our groceries are way down. Everything is way down, so I don't want to hear about the affordability." With those words, billionaire Trump, who spends a lot of time palling around with fellow billionaires, showed utter contempt for the millions of Americans who struggle with affordability every time they go to the grocery store. Trump told them they got it all wrong. He told them they shouldn't bother him about the trivial issue of affordability when he has bigger things to worry about. Everything is way down, so I don't want to hear about the affordability. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, what do you mean? Okay, that seems fair. It feels like a fair assessment. They got it all wrong. He told them that they shouldn't bother him with the trivial issue of affordability when he has bigger things to worry about, such as perhaps his obsession with winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump said, in effect, "I don't feel your pain." Trump's statement about everything being weighed down was absurdly obtuse and dishonest. How in the world could every price be weighed down when his cherished tariffs were pushing prices up? Banana prices are up 6.9% over the past year. Beef is up 14.7%. I've noticed this. The one thing I've seen, I feel like egg prices have gone down, but I feel like everything else has gotten more expensive. And it's funny because they use it, it's called like the breakfast index. It's fucking stupid. The breakfast index, with a free trial, the breakfast basics index. So like this is how they basically determine affordability is good. Price of 3 eggs, a glass of milk, a bagel, and an avocado decreased between 14% between March and September, and 1.7 over the past year. Wait, what? Decreased 14% between March and April, and 1.7% over the past year. Okay, so I guess these prices shot up right before Trump came into office, or I don't think this is a good indication, by the way, because I'm pretty sure eggs are going down, but it's like I said, eggs are going down, but it seems like everything else is going up. So if you and here's the thing too, 3 eggs, right? You're taking 3 eggs, rather than just like 1 egg, a glass of milk, a bagel, and an avocado. Like, yeah, I just feel like this is probably not a good metric for, because look, President Trump has tamed inflation. This is not indicative that inflation has been tamed. Egg prices do seem like they've gone down, in my experience at least. This might be because there's like, you can get like a 60 count eggs, like thing of eggs at the store. Right now, I can get it for like under $10. I feel like it used to be like $20. It was like really expensive. I was like, what the fuck? So in my experience, but also that just might be where I am. It might be like for other places, it might be not the case at all. But I've also noticed beef prices have gone up a lot. Between January and September, prices rose in 5 of the 6 main grocery groups tracked in the Consumer Price Index, including meats, poultry, and fish, non-alcoholic beverages, and fruits and vegetables. Despite these numbers, Trump keeps pushing his big lie about affordability. Since Election Day, he has said there's virtually no inflation. Prices are way down, and it's far less expensive under Trump. Or it is far less expensive under Trump than it was under sleepy Joe Biden. Trump said all this even though prices overall have arguably risen since Biden left office. Right now, inflation is running at a 3% annual clip, which is 50% higher than the Federal Reserve's 2% goal. This framing is, I mean, okay, so to be fair, an entire percent increase is, okay. This is, I'm trying to be not like super like fuck Trump on everything, but I mean, this is kind of true. Like I look at this initially and I'm like, oh, come on, 50% from 50. Yeah. Like, yes, 3% is 50% higher than 2%. But the thing is that like, when you're talking about like a 2% to 3% difference, when it comes to stuff like this, it actually is not like necessarily a negligible, it's not like a negligible difference, right? Like it actually is, like when you consider at the end of the day, yeah, it is 50% higher than their goal, even though it only goes from 2 to 3. So I saw this at first. I'm like, this looks kind of, not that it's wrong, but I thought at first I was like, oh, come on, this is like bad faith. But honestly, I don't know if it's this is like a bad faith way to say it. In another falsehood, Trump boasted that gas prices have fallen to nearly $2 a gallon, even though his Department of Energy says they average 3.19. I'm so curious, actually. I keep thinking about the Trump administration in its second term has used the Basic Breakfast Index as a way to demonstrate the that inflation is going down. Is this a good metric? Yeah, metric. Are the foods used in this index cherry picked as items that are all decreasing? I'm just so curious. Provide sources and numbers. I'm just like curious if this is like, because that's the vibe I get, is that this, like, the fucking Basic Breakfast Index is just like this. It is cherry picked, right? It has to be, because it does feel like things are less affordable in general. But then I do have noticed in my own life, one of the few things that's gotten cheaper is eggs. So I wonder if it's like, this is just like a very, like inaccurate or like non-conclusive like assessment of how inflation is shrinking, apparently. Based on DoorDash data. Wait, is the basic... It's not based on DoorDash prices, is it? Is this not what... The Breakfast Basics Index. Oh my God, it's using DoorDash. Oh my god. Wait, I didn't even see that. It's using DoorDash. Oh my god. Another thing, apparently the Bureau of Labor Statistics doesn't want to post their recent what is it, their recent unemployment numbers. Oh no, what's God, this is going way too in depth. This is going way too in depth for such a simple fucking thing. Marketing style micro index useful for describing the price behavior of for specific grocery item. Well, yeah, obviously. Conducted from a small set of items, including one eggs whose price collapsed after an exceptional spike that produces a. Okay, yeah. Well, this is what I thought, right? Like, because the drop was so huge. Like I said, 60 eggs used to cost like $20, and now if only costs like 9 or under 10. So I feel like they're doing when you have 3 eggs, they're doing a lot of heavy lifting there because they've dropped by like 50%, right? So while not every the selection of both items and time frame is tailored to show the most flattering picture, which is exactly what people mean by cherry picks. I'm so curious what the also DoorDash has to be like okay. Oh, look at this. Right, like it's actually wait. So I live near Arlington. I live in Dallas, and it says that the cheapest one is in Arlington, Texas, which I would imagine my prices are probably going to be relatively similar as a result since I live near Arlington. Okay, yeah, so that's probably my experience of eggs being cheaper. Yeah. DoorDash reports that this index fell 14% between March. Also, because like, who is getting eggs and milk and a bagel and avocados on DoorDash? It just I feel like this is such a horrible. It's a DoorDash marketing stat, not a serious inflation measure. Wait, what? God, this fucking administration is so unbelievably retarded. Okay. Hit in the head by reality and declining opinion polls, some Trump aides evidently told the MAGA king that his prices are down rhetoric made him sound dangerously out of touch with typical Americans, many of whom are angry about prices continuing to climb after Trump promised to bring them down. Yeah, this is the one thing, is that Trump can like sit here and lie to you about lots of things. Like he can sit here and lie and be like, they're criminals coming over the border. These criminals are coming over the border. And you don't have to experience that because your experience doesn't necessarily contradict with that. Because if you live in fucking, I don't know, Michigan, and Trump's saying that people are like violent criminals are coming over the southern border, like you don't experience that, but you also don't have an informed life experience that tells you it's not true. So you're just like, yeah, okay, you can lie to me about this, but you can't lie to people about fucking affordability because they will directly be like, no, I am not experiencing the thing you're talking about right now. I know it's not true, so you can't lie to them about this stuff. Trump's advisors seized on one quick fix to reduce some prices, a rollback some of Trump's beloved tariffs. That sensible idea contradicted Trump's absurd assertion that new tariffs wouldn't raise prices for U.S. consumers. With some tariffs being rolled back on coffee, beef, tomatoes, and bananas, along with other tropical fruit, Trump will no doubt trumpet to the world that he's cut prices as soon as those foods start declining in price. Oh, yeah. Fuck. I remember seeing that when this came out. When Trump cut these tariffs, people were like celebrating him. They're like, good job, Donald. Good job, Mr. Trump. Good job, Mr. President. And it's like, he created the problem. I don't understand why you sell, like, it's like, wow, he just got rid of these tariffs. He's like, he fucking put the tariffs there. What do you mean? Why do you think the fucking tariffs are there in the first place? He's fucking creating a problem and then solving it, and then you're fucking praising him for. This is not how anything works. It's so fucking stupid. That would be like an arsonist boasting that he put out a fire he started. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking so stupid. When Trump spoke last Monday to a summit of McDonald's executives and franchisees, he once again showed that he's out of touch with typical Americans in the truth. He said, "This is the golden age of America because we're doing better than we've done ever as a country." He sought to calm angry consumers by adding prices are coming down and all of that stuff. True. That's easy for a billionaire to say, but it's hard for millions of Americans not to fret about prices and all of that stuff. And not just because 42 million Americans face having their food stamps cut off and 24 million face having their health premiums soar, often by over $1,500 a year, because Trump and the Republican-led Congress will not extend Obamacare subsidies. Sorry, Mr. President, but Americans strongly disagree with your claim that it's a golden age. According to a Pew poll in October, 74% of Americans think economic conditions are fair or poor, while just 26% think they are good or excellent. What's more, according to a CNN poll last month, 61% of Americans say Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions in this country. You approve or disapprove of the what? How many people did they poll? I'm so curious. 1,245 respondents. I usually don't I don't put too much stock into this. There's like, I usually like things like Pew are probably a little bit more reliable than like CNN, especially when they're polling this low. There's also CNN people too, right? Ooh, very low. Okay, I'll trust that whatever he's saying is in there, I guess. Scott Bessent, Trump's Treasury Secretary, recently contradicted Trump's boast of a golden age. Bessent said that far from booming, some parts of the U.S. economy are in a recession. Interesting. The manufacturing sector that Trump vowed to save appears to have contracted 8 months in a row and lost about 33,000 jobs since January. Pointing to this economic weakness, Bessent called on the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, a move that would help affordability. Oh my fucking god! Oh god, the dividend. Okay, hold on. Seeing this, the huge public dismay of affordability, Trump has resorted to one of the oldest tricks in the book. He promised to, in effect, buy off disgruntled Americans. In this case, with a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. And you can get those 2,000. You can get that 2,000 in lots of different ways. You can get it through savings on your taxes and all this fucking bullshit. Oh my god, I love that. I don't remember who it was, but they're like, yeah, you can. Well, those savings can come in lots of ways. Like for example, the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime. It's like, bro, you're talking about such a small percent of the American population. You're not even like you're talking about like maybe 1% of the American population is getting no tax on tips and is getting no tax on overtime. It's like you're talking about such a small percent of the population. It's fucking ridiculous. Especially when you consider that like the tax on tips is only digital, and you would need to make a certain amount on tips for it to ever even be taxed in the first place. So it's just like it's a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of a type of person that is, I guess, saving money. Like, which it's not. I'm not like complaining. I'm not saying it's bad. But it's just worthless. It's just so fucking worthless. For many struggling Americans, that must sound like manna from heaven, but it's unlikely that Congress, already alarmed about huge budget deficits, will enact that. Yeah, no, that is not going to happen. Trump's statement. Wait, if you were to give, this is not even going to be like an accurate. This is not even going to be an accurate number, but if there's like, if you were, how many adults are in America? Population of America over 18. $258. Okay, so assuming that all these people get a $2,000 stimulus check. Fuck yeah, just a cool fucking $517 billion. No big deal. Just another $517 billion. Which just at the end of the day wouldn't even help. Because because then it's just, once again, there's just more deficit spending. You're just making everything worse. But it just doesn't even matter. It's like you're probably worse off. You'd be better forcibly taking $2,000 from every single American. That would probably solve more problems. Which would not go over well, but, you know. Trump's statement that the 2,000 won't go to high-income people feels like a confession that his big, beautiful bill gave far too much in tax cuts to the rich and too little to everyone else. It also shows that the public's complaints are hitting home, that Trump has become the president for and of the billionaires. In a recent speech, Bessent said that the administration is improving affordability but holding down spending, noting that this helps hold down interest rates. But Trump's proposed $2,000 a person payment would undercut all that. It would increase federal spending and thereby push up interest rates and probably inflation. Yeah, I know. It's just so stupid. Like, this would not help anything at all. In another supposed fix for affordability, Trump put forward the harebrained idea of creating 50-year mortgages with the notion that this would help reduce monthly mortgage payments. Yeah, there's nothing I love more than the idea of literally being in debt for my entire fucking life. That's awesome. Let me just be in debt literally until I die. That's fire, dude. But the truth is that 50-year mortgages compared with 30-year mortgages would do little to lower monthly mortgage payments. They would often reduce payments by just $100 or $200 a month. The bad news is that 50-year mortgages would, as David Dayen has written, often more than double the already huge amount of interest at home. Yeah, I mean, this is just like basic fucking math. Like, I'm sorry, like if you're going to spread payments out, like what is the interest rates of these going to be? The interest rates are probably going to stay the same at the end of the day, aren't they? Like, it's just stupid. It's just so dumb. Let me be in debt for longer. Also, it's just like, it's kind of fucking retarded because at the end of the day, like, if the only way that you can afford a house is with mortgage payments of $200 a month, you probably shouldn't fucking buy a house. I don't think you should be buying a house if that's all you can afford. If you can't even afford to fucking pay like an apartment's rent, you can't even afford to pay like $1,000 fucking dollars or $2,000 a month on a mortgage, then you probably shouldn't have a fucking house. This is why people don't have houses, because they can't fucking afford it. It's stupid. Yeah, just like put everyone into even more fucking debt. That will solve the problem. In their affordability campaign, Trump and his truth-challenged crew are yet again blaming Biden for the country's economic problems, including rising prices. J.D. Vance said, "We inherited a disaster from Joe Biden," while Kush Desai, a White House spokesperson, said cleaning up Joe Biden's inflation and economic disaster has been a top focus for President Trump since day one. This is absurd, untruthfully rubbish. As I've written, Biden handed Trump a very strong economy with inflation way down, economic growth strong, and unemployment low. Yeah, this is another thing I'll have to look into, is from what I understand, Biden's economy was pretty good. It wasn't like, I mean, we're not talking about like fucking anything crazy here, but like he just straight up lies about all this shit. Affordability versus wages costs have gone down. Have wages gone up? Who is benefiting? Are the poor benefiting more than the rich? I think there's probably going to be like what did Biden leave behind? I think actually that's probably the first thing I should include is what Biden left behind. Right? I feel like that's like the most important thing. Because it's like, if we can just establish right off the bat where it's like, Biden had a good economy, because this is what I've heard, I would have to look into it. Also, by the way, I like, when it comes to economics, this is like the subject of least confidence that I have. Understanding like the process of, or not the process, but just like the system of like a large federal economy is just something that I feel like I'm kind of retarded about and don't know a lot about. But we'll see. Maybe I'm underestimating myself. I've proven that I've been underestimating myself consistently. throughout the research on the border. So, okay. What was the other one? Okay. So Donald Trump, 305 days into Donald Trump's term, the unemployment rate is 4.4%. Bitcoin is down 18.3% since he took office. The S&P 500 is up 8.1% since he took office. How much does the S&P 500 grow every year? Average rate of growth for S&P 500 every year. Oh. Wait. Is up 8.1%. Okay, so I would say it's probably doing average then, right? It's probably doing average. Like the S&P 500 being up. There's like this meme that I see that about conservatives where it's like the graph is going up and they're like, look, the graph's going up, but then there's like before it is like a huge fucking crash. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess the graph is going up, but it's not doing great, right? Oh yeah, here's a good example right here because I remember when this happened, when when the stock market was crashing, it started going up. And they're like, look, dude, look at how much it's increasing. It's like, brother, look at where we are. Look at this. S&P 500. Wait, what the fuck is? Wait, what is this number right here? I don't know anything about the stock market. Whatever. Okay. In his second term, Donald Trump has torn up not just trade rules, but the machinery of economic measurement. After lashing out at weak job figures, he sacked the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics in August, unsettling markets. A month-long government shutdown has since paused nearly all official data releases, leaving policymakers driving in the fog, as Jerome Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, put it. Private estimates disagree with each other on employment and spending trends, making it hard to gauge the economy's true state. GDP still grew in the second quarter, but retail sales have weakened. Housing starts have fallen to their lowest since 2020, and immigration crackdown is tightening labor supply. Interesting. Because I do know Trump fucking tweeted that thing where he's like, he kind of had to take the L, and he's like, yeah, we're deporting people that probably we shouldn't, and we're kind of fucking over some markets as a result. So we're gonna stop arresting those people. And then he kept arresting them anyway. But yeah, it's funny because he was like, oh, only they can work these jobs. Thank you, Mr. President. Since Mr. Trump's victory, share prices have had a turbulent time. At first, investors cheered his return, but the stock market fell sharply after the announcement of Liberation Day. This was supposed to be a huge W, by the way. This is my favorite thing. This was supposed to be like a massive W. Like it was Liberation Day. It was going to be a new holiday, right? Like it was going to be Liberation Day. And then he just fucking crashes the economy. So fire. The partial reversal of those levies has since helped prices recover to just above where they were on election day. Yeah, like at the end of the day, if you look at so this is obviously first year, Obama's second term, first year, Biden's first year. Like the line is going up. For Trump, the line is like barely increase. Like the overall increase is negligible. It really is just like. And even Trump's first term is not that great. Like I mean, it's about the same. It's just it's just underperforming the other two, judging by this graph at least. What is this graph from? Where are the sources? Or is this their own? Private estimates disagree. Okay. Exchange rates. U.S. dollar trade weighted exchange rate. The greenback has depreciated sharply since March owing to fears about the impact of tariffs on economic growth. Mr. Trump's Liberation Day announcement in April sent it down further, since before it recovered slightly towards the end of the month. Since mid-May, the dollar has continued to slide, partly due to rumors that Mr. Trump could name, ahead of schedule, a new chair of the Federal Reserve who favors lower interest rates. Concerns about rising government debt have added to the pressure. Meanwhile, the euro has appreciated, helped by the euro's pledge to raise defense spending. Jesus. Obama's second term. Oh wait, okay. So it's all of them start at 100. 100 is like where it was at, right? Like this is like where you get it at is 100%, and how much did it increase? 10%, 20? Like so yeah, okay, okay, okay. Jesus. The yield on 10-year Treasury bonds has fluctuated since Mr. Trump's election win. It rose after polling day, but fell from mid-January as investors anticipated looser monetary policy. Yields then climbed sharply amid growing concerns over the president's fiscal plans. They have since dipped slightly. The yield on 10-year Treasury bonds has fluctuated. It rose after polling, but fell mid-January. Sharply climbed. Yields then climbed sharply amid growing concerns over the. Okay, so this is bond yields. U.S. 10-year government bond yields. Am I retarded? Wait. Would it not be good if the number's going up? I don't know anything about this stuff. Like I said, I'm completely retarded with the economy. Like when you buy a bond, I know what a bond is, but if the yields, the percent like that you yield is up, isn't that a good thing? Yield on 10-year bonds. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to explain it to me. Explain this to me like I'm in high school. Why is this bad? The interest rate the U.S. government has to pay people who buy its 10-year bonds. Yields go up, borrowing money gets more expensive for the government. If yields go down, borrowing gets cheaper. A 10-year Treasury yield is basically the interest rate the U.S. government has to pay people who buy its 10-year bonds. Okay, so it's bad for the economy in general. Like it's good for individuals, but it's bad for the economy, I guess, is the point. Uncertainty. Investors don't know what's happening. Okay, so it's the fact that it's so volatile is bad, I guess. Okay, I can agree with that. It makes borrowing more expensive. Mortgage rates are tied to 10-year yields. Higher interest on loans. The government, the bigger deficits cause interest payments. Bigger deficits because interest payments rise. Oh yeah, because at the end of the day, this means the government is paying. So it assists like an individual if they bought a 10-year bond a while ago, but like it actually well actually, so this is Trump's first term now. I'm looking at it closer. Oh, but it's still kind of going a little crazy. I don't know what this. Whatever. Okay, cool. When Trump won, yields went up because investors thought spending and inflation would rise. When investors expected the Fed to cut rates, yields went down. When Trump's fiscal ideas looked expensive, yields went up sharply again. Then they fell slightly as things stabilized. This up and down pattern is bad. It shows investors are confused and worried about the direction of the economy, which makes borrowing more expensive. Okay, cool. Thank you. That makes a little bit more sense. Cryptocurrencies. If one asset class looked poised to shine under Mr. Trump's second administration, it was cryptocurrencies. He had pledged to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world and created a strategic Bitcoin reserve in March. After briefly hitting a record following a trade truce with China in May, the rally has reversed. Investors are jittery about an AI bubble and are selling off riskier assets. Bitcoin is now below its level when Trump took office. Ooh. Really? Oh, yeah, it is. Damn. Shit, dude. Inflation. In the first few months of Mr. Trump's second term. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, okay, so inflation was kind of fucked in the wake of COVID, but like shit got normal. Like, I don't know why Trump acts like anything is like fucking crazy with and nothing he inherited was like all that bad? Like, I just don't get it. In the first few months of Trump's second term, inflation moved tantalizingly close to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. Oh, yeah, it dropped a little bit. But businesses have begun to pass on the costs of tariffs to consumers. The annual inflation rate was 3% in September, up from 2.9% in August and 2.7% in July, with some firms now paying average import duties of around 10%. Inflation is likely to keep climbing in the months ahead. Okay. Consumer sentiment. Consumer confidence plunged when Mr. Trump took office. It rebounded in June and July, but has slid again since. In November, it fell to the lowest level since June 2022. The tariff war and prolonged government shutdown and have left Americans gloomier about their finances in the broader economy. Consumer sentiment. Okay. So this is like the percentage of people that are confident about the future of the economy. Whoa, what happened here? No, I'm kidding. GDP grew at an annualized rate of 3% in the second quarter. From what I understand, Trump's GDP is like fine. It's like okay. After shrinking by 0.5% in the first. Wait, GDP grew at an annualized rate of 3% in the second quarter after shrinking by 0.5 in the first. The earlier decline reflected a surge in imports as firms rushed to beat Donald Trump's tariffs. Oh, that makes sense. In theory, such imports should lift consumption, so inventories offsetting the drag on GDP. That they didn't fully do so suggests problems with measurement. In the second quarter, imports fell, making growth appear stronger. Okay. Imports fell, making growth. That makes sense. Because if you're talking about imports, it's stuff we're bringing in. And our GDP would appear stronger as a result. Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay. Labor market, unemployment rate. Whoa, Biden, what the hell happened here? I'm kidding. America's job market is weakening. Yeah, look at this. So I'm pretty sure, like having an okay. Once again, I'm pretty sure like your unemployment rate is never supposed to be zero. It like optimal economic output is like around here. Like where Trump's at with unemployment is not like bad. Like the unemployment rate is not like right now, like unemployment is not like an issue. But it has gotten worse. It has gotten worse. It has gotten worse. It looks like in his first term it was getting better. But also like getting better, it's like, okay, well, this is like from 5 to 4%. It's just like it's like not really that big of a deal. But the thing is here is that he's saying, "Oh, this is bad. We got to make it better." And it seems like it's only getting worse. America's job market is weakening. Some sectors, such as manufacturing, have started cutting workers. In August, the economy overall added just 22,000 jobs. Forecasters expected around 75,000 new jobs, about the same as in July. Last month's data contained a similar nasty surprise, and several previous months of strong data were revised down. The unemployment rate at 4.3% remains low. Okay. The Economist, Fred, and LSEG. Okay. Cool. I feel like I needed to read that just to like understand, just to get a good grasp of everything. So I'm gonna probably start with reducing federal regulations. Promises. What did Trump say pre-election? Pre-campaign statements. Surprisingly, Donald Trump did not make many statements about waste, fraud, and abuse when running for president in 2024. Regardless, he touted Doge as a new government initiative that was supposed to cut $2 trillion from the federal budget shortly after his certification as president. So I think I asked Trump, border, Langford, blah, 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 blah. I did this a little while back. Trump 2024 spending cuts, waste, fraud. I feel like I didn't like whatever this gave me here. Oh, yeah, because it was like Social Security and Medicare funding gaps. There's like some stupid thing where he's like, people were like, you're going to cut Medicare. And he's like, no, I'm not. And then he did. Fucking stupid. We're at a laundry list of alleged waste, fraud, and abuse. March 2025. March 11th, 2025. Pre-campaign statement. This isn't a pre-campaign statement, though. The only thing we're cutting is waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not changing Medicaid, and we're not changing. Okay. I guess I'll just ask like a fucking brand new question and see what's okay. Provide sources. I am. Can you provide me a list of quotes? Quotes in chronological order from Donald Trump during his 2024 campaign discussing waste, fraud, and abuse, government spending, and reducing federal regulations. So I guess I'm trying to think. So these work in harmony with each other. Because when you're reducing federal regulations and you're reducing like regular or federal like red tape and all this shit, like inherently government spending is going to go down. If you're getting rid of shit, spending is going to go down. And the whole idea behind that is that if we're not in a deficit and spending is going down, then that's more money in the pockets of Americans because they don't have to pay as much in taxes. So I think these work together. I'm just trying to think about how to if I would have to do separate sections, but I don't think I would. I think I could just say it like this. Okay. Yeah. Fuck, why is it taking so fucking long? Quotes in chronological order from Donald Trump. Hopefully it gives me like the actual. I didn't ask for like the date well, if I say chronological order, it'll give me the date. I don't want to skip it. I don't want to make an answer now because I want it to give me the full thing, but I wonder. So what I already had researched previously, I did this a little bit in the last playlist for the border stuff because I took a break to like look at some of this stuff. Doge had posted this wall of receipts. I wonder if there's more because this wall of receipts was full of fucking mistakes and like things that weren't true. Listed a single contract worth $655 million 3 separate times. Cut said it cut $232 million, but only saved 560,000. Said it saved $8 billion and it only saved 8 million, which you met what? Okay, here's the problem. So you hear like, oh, well, 8 million is still a lot of money, but it's like 8 million compared to 8 billion is fucking nothing. It's actually nothing. Yeah. Cut waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere that we can. Find it, and there's plenty of it. Do not cut the benefits of our seniors. Was this is this a Biden quote? Okay. Campaign video from January. Did we watch this video? I feel like we might have seen this video. This is such an old fucking video. 2023, it's like fucking forever ago. November, I'm gonna use waste, fraud, and abuse. And then we have, so yeah, we'll do, this says March 11th. Wait. January 2023. Wait, when did this, I would like to find the actual date of this. If I just search this, do you think it'll come up? This is August 15th, 2024. I wonder if I can ask it to find this video. Can I have a link to this video? I wonder if it'll just give it to me. What the fuck? What do you mean? I could try a deeper search. Fuck you. Why don't you just fucking do a deep search anyway? Why do you have to ask me? Wait, you just gave me the link to the fucking video.
Lunacy and the ridiculous Green New Deal, which is a tremendous problem and embarrassment to us, and thrown open our Treasury and our... Under no circumstances should Republicans vote to cut a single penny from Medicare or Social Security to help pay for Joe Biden's reckless spending spree, which is more reckless than anybody's ever done or had in the history of our country. Biden has blown out the federal budget, wasted trillions on left-wing lunacy and the ridiculous Green New Deal, which is a tremendous problem and embarrassment to us.
True.
And thrown open our Treasury and our borders to migrants from all over the world. In fact, migrants that are coming from prisons and migrants that are coming from mental institutions are being dropped into the United States.
True.
And we do nothing about it. I had the safest border in the history of our country just 2 years ago.
True.
And now we have probably the worst border in the history of the world. I don't think any country has ever had anything like we have right now. Well, we absolutely need to stop Biden's out-of-control spending. The pain should be borne by Washington bureaucrats, not by hardworking American families and American seniors. The seniors are being absolutely destroyed in the last 2 years. Cut the hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars going to corrupt foreign countries. cut the mass releases of illegal aliens that are depleting our social safety net and destroying our country. Cut the left-wing gender programs from our military. Cut the billions being spent on climate extremism. Cut waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere on climate extremism.
138.
Cut waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere that we can find it, and there's plenty of it. But do not cut the benefits our seniors worked for and paid for their entire lives. Save Social Security. Don't destroy it.
Fuck, I totally memory hold this, but do you remember how he was like claiming that like people that were like 300 years old were getting Social Security benefits? What happened? Like he just doesn't even talk about that anymore. So that never comes up ever. But yeah, we don't talk about that anymore. I decided to stop lying about that because wasn't it? It was just like these people were just like in the records, didn't say that they were alive, nor were they receiving benefits. Fucking retarded. Okay. CNBC interview on entitlements, theft, mismanagement. And in terms of also the theft and the bad management of entitlements. Cycle on-camera example saying he'll deal with the debt by going after what he describes as theft. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, because it seems like he's implying that like the fraud, like obviously theft is a different word for like fraud, right? Is there a video of this? CNBC interview. Wait, hold on. Trump, March 11, 2024. This shit does not fucking exist. They would have recorded this, right? Why are you giving me shit from fucking 3 years ago or today? What are we doing? Bruh. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security and Medicare or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. Face Biden, Chad Biden. In an interview Monday. Wait, is this the video? Maybe? Following are links to video on CNBC. I consider Facebook to be the enemy of the people. You're getting down to the real issues. Theft. Okay. March 11th. I will quote this, I suppose. So first of all, seems like something has to be done or we're going to be stuck at 100%, 120% of debt to GDP forever, that would be the deficit. So he's trying to fix the deficit by cutting in terms of theft and the bad management of entitlements. Tremendous bad management of entitlements. I know that they're going to end up weakening Social Security because the country is weak. And let's take a look outside of the stock market. We're going through hell. People are going through hell. Oh, okay. So is the stock market not indicative of how the fucking economy is doing, Mr. Trump? Oh, I had no idea. That's crazy. People are going through hell. If they have, and I believe the number's 50%, they say 32 and 33%. I believe we have a cumulative inflation of over 50%. That means people are, they have to make more than 50% more over a fairly short period of time to stay up. They've gotten routed. The middle class in our country has been routed. And he's just, look at this nonsense. Oh, Saudi Arabia. Mr. President. Okay. I'll just, we'll do this. So this was March 11th. Wait, March 11, 2024. And then source, and then I will just copy link to highlight that. Also, I probably add highlights. Police fraud and abuse. The theft. Fuck. The theft and bad management of entitlements. Orange. Okay. Do I even, this is such a fucking way. I don't know if any of these are even that important. Cutting waste, not benefits. September 5th, Economic Club of New York bragging about regulatory cuts. I cut a record number of job-killing regulations in 4 years. We cut more regulation than any president in the history of our country by far. I'm proud to be the only president in modern history to achieve a net regulatory reduction during my term. And it was a substantial reduction. Can you fact check that? The fuck? That just sounds like a lie. Trump said the commission's creation came at the suggestion of Elon Musk, and that it would be tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. CBS also reports that he said the commission would develop an action plan to eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months, and added, this will save trillions of dollars. It's massive. That's an interesting quote, actually. It will save trillions of dollars. Trump said this? Wait, Trump said the commission would develop an action plan to eliminate fraud. This will save trillions. Yeah, I'm going to include that. Whoa. Was this from September 5th? Fuck it. Sure. I believe. 2024. And then I'm going to just say Doge. I'm just going to do Doge. Wait. Why is this all italics? Oh, wait. Hold on. Doge will save trillions of dollars. Source. Fuck, what the fuck is going on? Bruh. Okay. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Are we kidding? Okay. What the fuck? Wait. Okay. Wait, I wonder, actually, maybe I should clue this here. Timeline failure, September, October. Trillions of dollars. Oh, wait. The fuck? September, Donald Trump stated that Doge would... What the fuck? I'm gonna erase this highlight. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that one there. September 5th. Campaign platform language, not a live speech. Promise to cut venue Trump 2024 campaign website. Why would you give me this link instead of the fucking campaign website? What the fuck? Like, what? Give me... Can I have the link for the actual website? Can I get the link for the actual website? I try not to be... I get snarky with fucking ChatGPT, and I need to not do it because it doesn't... There's no point. I just waste my fucking time. Wait. Why the fuck are you... Wait, what the fuck is this? Why is it fact-checking his... Oh, wait. I fact-check... Oh, yeah. Fact-check this with sources. Oh, yeah, okay. I cut a record number of job-killing Trump did sign executive order January 7, 2017, which directed agencies to propose at least 2 regulations to be repealed from each new regulation. The growth of regulatory burdens measured via restrictive words phrases in the Code of Federal Regulations during his administration was much slower than in prior administrations. For example, as of October 2021, his administration saw an increase of only 0.9% in restrictive words, far less than the 12% during 8 years under the previous presidents. The claim that he cut a record number of regulations and more than any president in history is unverified. Experts say it's difficult to establish a meaningful comparison across presidencies. Okay. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Can I get one more claim of waste, fraud, and abuse? I just need 3. I'm pledging today that in my second term, we will eliminate a minimum... Oh, this is a good one. When the fuck was this? No, I don't want to fucking pay for your fucking website. Bruh. I don't want to pay for your fucking stupid website. Oh, this is not going to give me what I want because it has a fucking ChatGPT thing in it, doesn't it? Oh, no, it doesn't. Hello? Okay. I'll let that fucking do its thing. I'm pledging today. I'm going to just reverse search this because it's fucking... National Archives. What the fuck? What? I literally see it, right? I see... When is this? This is from 2020. Fuck! Just give me what I'm looking for. This is a quote from Donald Trump. This is the fucking thing that I can't access. 10 rules out for every 1 rule in. How would that work? Maybe it actually would be good to read this. Get the fucking... How many pop-ups do I need on one fucking page? Holy shit. 2-for-1 ratio. 22-to-1. Wait, where's the original one? Now in a speech, if elected... Okay.
When it's time to sell your home,
Yeah, it's not quite time to sell my home just yet. Thank you, though. Oh my god. This is the most worthless piece of fucking information too. This is just such unimportant information in the long term. I just need to have it here to substantiate my claim and not be a complete fucking liar. This shit, oh man, I need to stop using this quote thing. This quote thing sucks. This quote thing totally sucks. Okay. Source. Regardless, he touted Doge as a new government initiative that was supposed to cut $2 trillion from. However, towards the latter half of his campaign, he began touting Doge as the new solution to cutting unnecessary spending and fraud within the government. Okay. President Donald Trump did not make many statements about government waste, fraud, and abuse when running for president in 2024. I'm pledging today that in my second term, we will eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. We'll be able to do that quite I'm not retarded, right? There's like a financial incentive to reducing regulations, right? Because is there a fiscal incentive to reduce regulations? Wait, hold on. This is a quote from Donald Trump. Quote from Donald Trump. Is there a fiscal incentive to reduce the government? I think there is, but I need to like actually fucking check. Because I don't trust myself on anything economic ever. Because basically at the end of the day, how I understand it is like the more regulations that you're cutting out, the smaller those individual agencies or programs become, and they just end up costing less, right? That's my understanding, but I don't trust myself. But it's indirect, often overstated by politicians, and depends heavily on which regulations are eliminated. Staff to write, review, and update the rules, inspectors to enforce them, analysts to evaluate cost benefits, IT systems to track compliance, legal teams to defend them. Okay. Deregulation can boost tax revenue if it works as intended. Politicians often argue that deregulation increases business investment and accelerates job creation. This is more secondary shit that I don't. This does support my initial thought then. Okay. I just need to like. I'm always doubting myself. It'll also be interesting to check this and see. I never even hear him talk about this anymore. Eliminate a minimum of 10 old. Like, he just doesn't even fucking talk about this. This is not a thing he cares about at all. It's just not a thing he actually is running on at this point. Or not running on, but like he ran on it and now there's nothing. No more of it. Okay, whoa, there's a fucking gnat or fruit fly or whatever flying around. I want to get it. Oh no, wait, did I get it? I think I did. I don't know. Towards the latter half of his campaign, so claims of waste, fraud, all right, I need to turn this into a negative. Okay. Pre-campaign statements. Here's the claims about the waste, fraud, and abuse. Start touting Doge, a timeline of failure. Save trillions of dollars. I'm gonna highlight all this stuff because I think it's important. Highlight. At least $2 trillion. Orange. Best case outcome. 1 trillion was much more reasonable. I want to just put this source there instead. Wait. Oh, okay. I clicked the wrong link. I was like, okay. I clicked like the wrong thing. I was like, what the fuck? 1 trillion. Later claimed that Elon Musk misspoke. Wall of receipts documenting. I guess, and then we'll have for the timeline of failure to wrap it out. It's just like how much. Is there anything? Does Doge even do anything anymore? What is going on? I know that it's like whatever this number says, I almost probably won't even believe it. They don't even. Is this website even a thing anymore? Estimated savings 214 billion. Okay, so it seems like it's gone up a little bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. We are working to upload all our receipts. Oh God. I guess I could do a timeline of like reported can you give me a chronological order of reported Doge savings with sources, please? What? Oh, Reuters report. Okay, so I've read this so wrong for a second. Oh, here's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. New York Post, baby. Oh, that's surprising. I feel like New York Post is like right leaning, but they seem to be criticizing Trump or criticizing Elon. Elon Musk claimed his Department of Doge Department of Government Efficiency. Well, I can't even speak. Will save 150 billion from the federal budget in the fiscal year of 2026, a far cry from the 1 trillion the tech titan was confident he could slash. Actually, this is fucking biased because this should say 2 trillion. That's what he fucking said on stage. He said 2 trillion. And nowhere near. Musk triumphantly proclaimed. What a fucking moron. Okay, hold on, wait. Give me 1 second. I just gotta get. Okay. And then, chosen for you. Fuck yeah. This is exactly what I want. Thank you for advertising it to me. There's so many fucking ads and pop-ups. Holy shit. I need to get an ad block. Something. Jesus. My principled stance against ad block is shifting in front of your very eyes. So this was, can I find, did he say this in a video? I think he did. Cabinet meeting. I could probably just, Elon Musk announces 150 billion in savings.
Well, thanks
Fucking retard. Unbelievable. God. Whole situation is so stupid.
to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come
Unemployment? People are getting unemployment and they haven't been born yet?
I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet.
Unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. What a unbelievably fucking retarded thing to make up.
I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on. That's just crazy.
Come on.
So,
You know this insane fucking thing that I just fucking made up? Isn't that crazy? Like, it's so stupid.
you know, some of these things, people ask me, like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually, just go in any direction. That's how you find it.
Yeah, true. Just go in any direction, which is why I was scraping anything I fucking could from the federal budget, anything I possibly could. Which is why I've only done like 2% of my original projected fucking goal.
It's very common. it's, as the military would say, target-rich environment.
Ha ha ha.
So,
Hilarious, dude.
So I think we're doing a lot of good in excellent collaboration with Cabinet to achieve these savings, and it'll actually result in better services for the American people.
I don't even need to watch this whole thing. I'm just hate watching it right now because it's just so fucking silly.
Their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yeah. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'd be great.
Oh yeah, the Trump Gold Card operational in the next week or so. 7 months ago, Elon Musk. What happened? What happened to that? Best man ever, Elon Musk. Base, dude. Okay, hate watch is over.
People getting unemployment insurance who haven't been $4 billion by 26 from reduction of.
Elon Musk. Oh wait, hold on. Was this in April? This is uploaded April 12th. April 10, 2025 day. Thursday. Okay, so the April 10th. April 10th, 2025. Elon Musk announces to have saved 150 billion dollars, or not saved, to be clear, to have cut 150 billion dollars from the federal budget, well below his original promise of 2 trillion. And I'm pretty sure if you do the math, what percent? It's like fucking 2%. What percent of 150 billion in 2 trillion. Or at 75% or 7.5%. Okay. Not that much. Very small fucking percent. Wait, is this correct? Okay, it's 7. Yeah, okay. Well below his original promise of $2 trillion. Only 7.5%. I guess I don't need a fucking. I guess. Cut $150 billion from federal budget. And current day, I guess we can use the current day numbers. November 21st, 2025. As of the research or most recent, the Doge website. Lists the estimated savings to currently be at $214 billion. Westbite. That is not fucking correct. You think the hold on, I'll just go to the Wayback Machine. It's probably one that happened today, right? Why are all these? Well, this one is probably going to be relatively close. Yeah, we'll just use this one. $2 billion. So, Doge is objectively a failure. Like I don't know how any other way that you can fucking put it. Just objectively a failure. Especially when you consider, like, bro, I would have imagined that there would be way more waste, fraud, and abuse. Like I'm shocked how little they were actually able to find. Like it's like, damn, our government's actually pretty fucking efficient, I guess. All Elon ended up proving is that our government, as it is pretty efficient. Right? Maybe I'll make one. This is always up for like the failure Doge format paragraph heading to failure of Doge reducing government spending. What is this? Why did I say read this? What is it? I left this here for me. I don't remember what it is. Doge's only public ledger is riddled with. Oh, I already did read this. The House Doge subcommittee. Oh, do I want to fucking? This is probably watching the Doge subcommittee thing is probably not a thing I would even want to do on stream. It sounds so unbelievably fucking boring. It sounds so unbelievably painful. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna do that. So government spending. I mean, did Trump do anything else aside from Doge? What did Trump do to reduce government spending? To attempt to reduce government spending. Fuck, I didn't ask for sources. Fuck, I didn't ask for any sources. I hope it gives them to me. The failure of Doge. I think pre-campaign statements is probably good. I think the failure of Doge is also pretty good. Like these are both way shorter than the border security. Like I said, I think I said this last stream, but like the border security is such a complicated thing, and I feel like strengthening the economy and federal regulations is going to be a little bit more straightforward because this is such a dynamic fucking thing. But I guess we'll see. I might end up like expanding a lot more on these. Pre-campaign statements. Failure of Doge. Legislature, what did Trump do? So I guess hiring freezes, workforce reductions, proposals for large discretionary spending cuts. In oh yeah, well that we could just talk about how he just like straight up said like fuck the Department of Education, fuck this, fuck that. Reducing government spending. So I guess this section would probably just be like outside of Doge, what did Trump do? Okay, these do actually give a good amount of sources. Okay, hiring freezes. On day one of his second term, Trump issued a federal civilian hiring freeze. I need to get rid of all these links. There's way too many links. Okay. Today, President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency Workforce Optimization Initiative, reducing the unnecessary footprint of government. Federal workforce more efficient and effective. Agency heads will coordinate and consult with Doge to shrink the size of the federal workforce. And I can imagine these conversations. They'd probably be so fucking retarded. Like Elon Musk is just sitting there. He's like, so what can we cut? And they're just like, nothing. Like nothing. He's like, well, what about this? They're like, no, we need that so bad because this, like, all this shit will fall apart if we don't have it. Well, what about this? Like, I can just imagine Elon Musk having no fucking clue about anything he's talking about, going into these, like, meeting with these, like, figureheads of these, like, very important government agencies and, like, trying to, like, figure out what to cut. And they're basically like, bro, we need all this shit. Like, cutting any of this will make everything fucking worse. Like, I would love to be a fly on the wall for these conversations. The Office of Personnel Management will initiate a rulemaking to ensure federal employees are held to the highest standard of conduct. It's such a nothing statement. The order will significantly reduce the size of the government. Upon expiration of the day one hiring freeze and implementation of the hiring plan, agencies will be able to hire no more than one employee for every 4 employees that depart from federal service, with appropriate immigration, law enforcement, and public safety exceptions. That's what, like, it's just fucking retarded. It's just so stupid. Agencies will undertake plans for large-scale reductions in force and determine which agency components or agencies themselves will be eliminated or combined because their functions aren't required by law. There are too many federal employees. Excluding active duty military and postal service employees, the federal workforce exceeds 2.4 million. No one knows exactly how many federal agencies exist, but the Federal Register lists over 400. The federal workforce contributes significantly to federal spending and debt. In fiscal year 2022, the federal government spent nearly $300 billion on compensation for civilian employees. Contributes significantly to federal spending. The federal workforce contributes significantly to federal spending. The government spent nearly $300 billion on compensation for civilian employees. Okay. According to a recent congressional report, only 6% of federal workers report to work in person on a full-time basis. President Trump has made reforming the federal workforce a key priority for his second term. President Trump has consistently worked to shrink the administrative state. His first term spurred robust economic growth and innovation through regulatory reform. Workforce reform in his second term will build on these successes. God, I've never seen so many words say fucking nothing. Is this happening right now? Oh God.
The people in my family, of Ivanka.
I need to
they say she's
Juan.
really,
I'm sorry.
really
We're taking a
competent.
detour.
He just retained her, so that's a good sign.
I'm sorry.
With the early
I just want to see how
progress
bad this
against
is
some very
going.
tough people.
They're
Smart
making him
people.
stand the whole time. Holy fuck. He's going to make him stand the whole time while he sits down. This is fucking ridiculous. All
He beat
right.
him, and he beat him easily, and I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York, and we've got them down, way down from last year.
By the way, I made a prediction about this. I had a prediction about this. I basically said that I think either two things are going to happen. Number one, Mamdani doesn't do enough to talk about Palestine and all the lefties hate him for it. Or number two, Mamdani talks about Palestine too much and Trump gets mad and says something racist. One of these two things is going to happen. I guarantee it.
As you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year, so that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party, there's no difference in anything, and we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation, I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect. For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago.
I changed. I used to be a regular, like, really insane conservative, and now I'm basically Hitler. I've changed a lot.
Great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you, some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
Oh, please, 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 please be a fucking Chad and say absolutely not. I stand by everything I just said.
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of...
Oh no, Zoran, you're gonna get eaten alive by the lefties, bro. You're gonna get eaten alive by the lefties, bro. There's no way. I guarantee you, watch it. I'm calling it now. The lefties are gonna get so mad at Zoran for not doing enough to talk about Palestine or whatever. I swear to God.
People who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Mashak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like, what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the Independence Day in Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward disarmament, the disarmament of Hezbollah?
Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and frankly everybody else, and we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And
True.
Find it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president to meet you to the White House.
I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
You said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you've threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you've called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have, we discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, 2 questions, if I may. One for you.
That's an understatement. Fucking, it's so retarded. It's like obviously the reason why Trump puts the military into places like LA and Portland is not because he cares about like criminals. So it's like when he says like, oh, he wants the criminals out more than I do. It's like, yeah, no shit. Because you don't care about the criminals getting out. You just want to normalize people to live in a fucking military state. That's your goal. You're just trying to get people used to the idea of living in a military state. The Nazis started by persecuting the Jews and killing the Jews so they could get people used to and acclimated to the idea that once they started killing other people, that it was also okay, right? That like it's the same fucking logic. Like at the end of the day, you're doing a small thing that is fascistic in nature, under the guise of like a well-intentioned fucking decision that is ultimately the greater goal is to get people used to having the military walking around the street or the National Guard walking around the street. That's why you're doing it. You don't give a fuck about criminals. Of course he cares more about the criminals than you do. Your solution does nothing to solve crime. So fucking stupid.
See in a second, but first of all, for the mayor-elect, you're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use, inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often, politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about, as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You have a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky? Have you been to meet them, President Zelensky, about your plan? Are you going to meet them?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And it's
True.
I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big.
Watch this. He never answers any question that he ever gets ever. Well, listen to this.
This is a good man.
You have a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky? Have you been to meet them, President Zelensky, about your plan? Are you going to meet them?
I've spoken.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky about a plan? This is obviously in relation to the conflict in Ukraine. So what is his answer? Keep in mind, the question is, have you spoken with him about a plan?
Spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about.
What is any? None of these fucking words are answering the question. It's like what?
Energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War, and they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them.
Oh no, he said it. He said the thing. He said 6 or 7.
Dead
oh no.
soldiers, and it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have
What is the fuck? What is the fucking Congo have anything to do with Ukraine? Like, why the fuck are you like? It's so stupid.
maybe quicker, but it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people. That really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives.
True.
They're losing 20.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky? And then he just like schizo rambles for like 2 minutes. Like what?
25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And
What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on
And overwhelmingly to condemn. President, I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
Wait, what? What happened?
Mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism.
House resolution to condemning socialism. House votes to denounce horrors of socialism. What? What does this even mean? Although no votes came from Democrats, 2 of whom also voted present. Denounces socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States. What? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, socialism lay bad. I agree. Socialism is lay bad, but no socialist policy? I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of a socialist policy is, but like, really? It's it's pretty retarded. Like, what does it even mean? It doesn't even mean anything. A House resolution? What does that mean? It's such a fucking nothing thing. That's so dumb.
With 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, that was pretty cool of Trump. That was pretty cool of Trump to just be like, you know what? Yeah. He thinks I'm a fascist. It's fine.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk giving up a
based Trump, rare base moment from Trump for sure.
Partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal.
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about it.
He'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago.
My
I said, you
fucking
don't have the
God.
cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never. This war never would have happened. I inherited.
So it's so fucking disgusting. It's actually so disgusting.
His country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal.
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about it.
He'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that
it's fucking disgusting. What a disgusting fuck.
Support for Ukraine. Is that
well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. Yeah.
Fuck you. Like, especially when the standards of acceptance that you're proposing are like, you have to cede territory to a country that invaded you. You have to do land swaps. Fuck you. Like, you're actually fucking disgusting. Like, it's so gross. How is that the precedent that you're going to set for this? How are you going to say at the end of the day that Russia gets fucking smoked in a war that they cannot fucking win, that they haven't been able to win, in a war that they should have won convincingly years ago? You're going to say, well, you guys have to make nice, so give them some of your fucking land? Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you, like, what a disgusting subhuman fuck. It's actually so fucking gross that this fucking loser actually wants to say like, oh well, the cards are in his hands. He's the one that has to make the decision. He's the one that has to make a compromise. No, fuck you. Why the fuck should Zelensky or the Ukrainian people fucking concede anything? They've already had land stolen from them. They've already they have a territory that's invaded right now, occupied currently, that is theirs. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How are you going to say, oh, we'll give them some of their land? No, what the fuck? You can't enable that behavior. You can't say, hey, Russia, if you invade a country and you get absolutely fucking dog walked for 3 years, but you just keep going and keep killing people, no matter how many people you're losing, the United States has your back and will facilitate to make sure that you at least get something out of it. Like, what a fucking disgusting loser. And then he cries and bitches and moans when he gets called a fascist. So fucking gross.
You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war.
Yeah, true.
And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago.
This war would have never happened without me, but now that I'm president, I can't do anything to stop it. It's like, it's so obviously bullshit.
2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been a good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Yeah, it's all Biden's fault. True. Yeah.
Mr. President, the cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on. Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are.
This is a retarded question because, like, inherently, Democrat cities are always going to be more expensive. Like, no shit. Like, they're economically the most valuable places in the country. Like, no shit, they're more expensive. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I'd rather live in New York City than fucking some random backwater town in Alabama. Like, the price of living is run in that backwater. Like, it's run by Republicans, and the price of living is lower in that little town. But no one wants to fucking live there. Like, it's such a stupid question. Like, oh yeah, the comment, like, you are run by Democrats and your cost of living is high, so it must be Democrat policies. No, it's not. It's the fact that it's a fucking good place. It's a much more preferable place to live. It's a better place to live. The opportunities are greater. The ability to create wealth is easier. Like, it's just so it's obvious. Like, the quality of life is just better in general. Of course, it fucking costs more. So stupid.
Many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down.
Groceries.
You know, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something?
You're just lying, but okay.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about
He's basing that off the fucking breakfast interest index, by the way. I'm pretty sure, because if you look at the actual inflation is not going down. It's like basically the same from what I understand. It like hasn't meaningfully changed at all. It's still like higher than you would prefer it to be. I'm pretty sure the only metric that shows the inflation is going down is the breakfast index, which is heavily, as we just saw, is heavily predicated on the fact that eggs are one of the few things that have actually gone down in price, and eggs take up a large amount of the profit margin, I guess you would say, or the profit, like, or the, not profit margin, the fucking cost margin of the breakfast index. Like, yeah, it's just stupid.
Covered by international law, that they will follow international law, doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws. And,
by the way, fuck, I'm so going to that is definitely a thing I want to do. Debunk the breakfast index. That's another thing I gotta do in that one.
It's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that there's.
I want to like thoroughly fucking eviscerate that thing. It's so stupid.
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is.
Wait. What?
U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by.
Wait.
The last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that.
Bro.
Katie, you have something?
Mr. President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with
No, I don't know. Would you
What
want
a fucking shit. What kind of question is that? I'm gonna bail Trump out of here. I don't know how you answer this question. It's such a weird question.
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board, and that's something that we've talked about.
Oh, he's talking about fucking arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. It took me a second. Is Trump not know? Okay. I feel like Trump should know the implication of that question.
you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board, and that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want. We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And we actually, people would be shocked. But I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters.
Okay.
Mr. President, I want to know one of the.
Oh God, this disgusting fuck. Let's see what question this fucking gross subhuman piece of shit has.
Policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that.
Oh, I'm being persecuted as a white person. Oh, yeah, he's racist towards white people. Oh.
What he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability, we focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see.
But to be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel.
God, Jack Posobiec's so fucking retarded. Like, he's like actually so stupid. It's obvious at the point. I don't even have to look for this quote to know what Zoran is probably talking about. He's probably talking about how, in general, the whiter neighborhoods. I bet we could find that quote that he's talking about, and it would not even look that offensive at all. He's basically just saying that in general, the richer neighborhoods tend to be more white. He's talking about, the richer neighborhoods paying their fair share, right? Like, it's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. Such a pussy.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built.
I was surprised. He doesn't want crime to happen. This is the level of delusion this guy's on at this
rents
point.
coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things.
Wait, I love how he just explained how the entire American political system has worked for the entire history of the country up until he became president. He's like, we agreed on everything. We just had different opinions on how to get there. It's like, yeah, welcome to what America was like before you became president, you fucking dipshit. That is exactly always what the political party differences have been about. They've always been like, yeah, we don't like crime. Yeah, we want people to have good lives. Yeah, we want people to be able to afford shit. We want people to make as much money as possible. We want our communities to be as safe as possible. We just disagree on how to do it. And he's like, I was so surprised. We want the same things. We just disagree on. He's actually so delusional.
Leaned very, very much today. We'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City.
A big help.
Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
How about you?
Thank you, Mr. President. You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani
Yeah,
administration?
I would. I would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think he's. I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race. I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me.
He's appealing to the fucking the email leaks, I'm pretty sure.
And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, you know, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor.
How many fucking questions does this fucking woman
Why
get?
did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every
Oh God, what a disgusting cunt. Holy shit. What a fucking disgusting
form
bitch.
of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's just so dumb. It's such a dumb fucking question. God, these people are so fucking
Very, very
gross.
comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of work.
Did you?
Where's the bus that goes?
Well, I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long.
Why Donald Trump is defending him? What is going on? What is happening? Dude, fucking Zoran must have buttered him up. I think the problem is that Trump is very impressionable, and he can be charmed very easily. And Zoran Mamdani is just generally like a nice, like, charismatic guy. So I think he's probably like, Trump is actually just really likes him. I'm pretty sure.
And driving takes you a long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There's this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
I don't know anything about it.
Look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly
Like
we want them to
yachts with
remain
lots
the
of
great
guns
force that
on
they
them.
are.
Fuck yeah.
And you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of...
Ooh, Zoran kind of shifted away from the whole Israel thing pretty quickly there, unless he's going to loop back to it. I feel like, dude, if you aren't like perfect on the fucking Palestine thing, like the online lefties will eat you alive.
Human rights,
dude.
but also the following through on the promises we made New Yorkers, and I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and work hard to make the peace because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere? Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, question for Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democratic Party? And do you think Leader Schumer is a leader that have to follow his lead?
What a stupid fucking question.
Leaders, this is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. Do you consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, you know, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you said you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable, and I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more, go ahead.
I got a lot of votes. Make sure to sneak that in there.
This thing up. You know, I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone, you know, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than in some foreign
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting, because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. What, you start off at 1 or 2, and then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's going to be a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults. That was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
A big fan of the New Deal. Yeah, true.
You said that you both
Why did you get so many questions? What? Who is this person? Why did she get so many questions? She literally got like 3 straight questions, and then she got another question, and now she's getting another question. Like, what is going on?
about crime. There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequence if the
Well, I hope
staff?
it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police
This
officers.
is so stupid. These people like perpetually live like 4 years in the past. They're like, do you want to defund the police? It's like, bro, this was like some dumb virtue signal shit that people were doing during COVID. Like, nobody wants to fucking defund the police. It's fucking stupid.
Today, they are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social workers?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see that you're disagreeing on in the future? And do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. It's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Sure.
Do you think you'll meet again in the future, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person.
Isn't
But
that a kind of
you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. When I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs and problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And
True.
It went bad. It really went, pretty bad.
True.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Is that it?
Thank you very much.
Wow. Do I dare check Twitter and see if people are talking about Mamdani not doing enough for Palestine? Type in Palestine. Wait, let me type in Mamdani. Let's see. Palestine. No one's saying anything. Guess we'll see. Guess we'll wait and see. Wow. Okay. Fuck. That was painful. but we're here. Actually, that was better than I thought it would be. I'm gonna be fair. That went way better than I thought it would be. Than it would. I do think that people are gonna get mad at him for not doing enough about fucking Palestine or whatever, but we'll see. Okay. So pre-campaign statements, the failure of Doge reduced government spending. Okay. So aside from Doge, what did Trump do to reduce government spending, hiring freezes, and workforce reductions? We had read. Wait, did we read this? Okay. Reports indicate large layoff buyout programs and were planned or underway. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the administration plans to cut out nearly 150,000 additional employees, top of the 130,000 who have already been cut or taken buyouts. It is interesting because like he's trying to do this thing where it's like he wants unemployment to not go up, but he also is like firing a shitload of people. It's kind of crazy. Center on Budget and Policy. Trump's administration's mass layoffs of federal workers are illegal. Oof. Key spending reduction efforts. Hiring freezes and workforce reductions. Proposals for large discretionary spending cuts. 2026 federal budget proposal. Trump's team proposed a $163 billion cut in non-defense discretionary spending. And boosting military. Well, this is kind of fucking retarded if it's like, yeah, we're going to take $163 billion away and then put it into the military. Then it would be like, well, you're not reducing spending. You're just fucking allocating it somewhere else. Cuts of $163 billion on discretionary non-defense spending would also see financial outlays slashed for environmental and renewable energy schemes, as well as for the FBI, an agency Trump has claimed was weaponized against him during Joe Biden's presidency. Spending reductions are also being projected for the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. What? The Bureau and Explosives? When did they add explosives? I thought it was always just up to firearms. When did they add the explosives part? Jesus. In contrast to the squeeze on discretionary social programs, the administration is planning on a 30% rise to more than $1 trillion in the Pentagon budget. Oh yeah, this is so fucking. It's just so stupid. Because the problem is I already know this. That I'm pretty sure the spending is only going up. He's not spending less. They're spending more. And he wanted to increase the budget too. I guess we could look at like so reducing government spending. I guess we can ask the question, what did he cut? Did the budget did the budget shrink? What did he cut? Did the budget shrink? What are the negative impacts of these cuts? Regulatory rollback and agency budget reduction. Rescission, cancellation of previously appropriated funds. Pausing foreign aid to many non-governmental organizations. Bureaucracy reduction. Okay. Okay. What did he cut? What are the negative impacts of these cuts? Did the budget shrink? Is there any other questions I feel like I need to answer? Okay, what did he cut? What are the negative impacts of these cuts to the budget shrink? Is there any other question? I mean, I have my metrics of failure. But I think in terms of like this specific thing, reducing government spending, I think those are the important questions. So, what did Trump? And then maybe I'll make a list of different stuff. So hiring freezes and what did Trump do to trim down the budget? So I guess we could just flesh out all of these. So the White House issued a fact sheet saying agency heads would coordinate with the newly created department. Okay, so that's just nothing. Report indicate large layoff buyout programs. I'm just going to say expand on this. Has it been successful? Provide sources. So, hiring freezes. Wait, I don't even understand. What are hiring freezes? A civilian hiring freeze. Trump issues civilian hiring freeze. So just nobody could get hired to the government. Implemented a federal hiring freeze through executive orders extended on July 8th, 2025, which is now set to continue through. The freeze applies to all federal civilian positions in new hires, but exempts certain roles related to national security, public safety. Okay, so basically, like, no one can be hired to the government. They can only be, like, fired. Like, there's no new government employees. Like, fuck, that's... How does that even work? I feel like that could not possibly work. Did it reduce spending? Did it reduce workforce size meaningfully? Did it increase efficiency or improve? Evidence that reductions are occurring. God, I wish it would like not like, oh God, it gives you way too much shit. It gives you way too much shit. Will not have an accurate count on the Trump administration's downsizing efforts until January 2029. Similar hiring freezes historically tend to lead to modest reductions rather than sweeping transformation. Federal agencies will have to wait until mid-October before they can start hiring new employees. Legal injunctions. Okay, wait. So evidence that the reductions are occurring does not seem to be very convincing, because this says we won't know. This says that historically it doesn't do anything great. This is saying that it's just saying what the hiring freeze is. Legal injunctions have slowed or blocked some planned reductions. For instance, an appeals court upheld an injunction against a downsizing plan, citing potential risks to public services. Some agencies appear to be scaling back or modifying their reduction plans. Whether the USDS reductions are underway and visible, but the full magnitude, permanence, and consistency across all agencies remain uncertain, hence partial success in achieving headcount reduction. There's some movement towards savings, but credible, publicly documented large-scale savings attributable solely to the workforce reductions remain unproven. Jury is still out on whether these workforce reductions are delivering net gains in efficiency, without harming service delivery. There are credible concerns that downsizing may impair capacity in some agencies. So this is just like a huge fucking question mark. Appeal courts keep block on downsizing of the federal workforce. A split 3-judge panel of the U.S.'s Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals found that the staff cuts could have significant ripple effects and should stay on hold while a lawsuit plays out. An appeals court on Friday refused to freeze a California-based judge's order halting the Trump administration from downsizing the federal. Refused to freeze a judge's order halting. Okay, so they said that we're not going to stop this judge from stopping Trump from downsizing the federal workforce. AFGE president says downsizing after Trump's order threatens the union's survival. Downsizing the federal workforce. So downsizing the federal workforce in this context. Agencies were directed to develop condense all of this. It's just giving way too much fucking information. Wait, oh my God, there's no, they didn't give any sources at all. God. These links typically never work. Okay, they do. So federal hiring freeze. So one of the things he's doing is preventing any new employees from being hired. And with workforce reductions, he is, what is he doing to reduce? Nearly 10,000 fired as Trump and Musk step up government purge. So this is part of the Doge shit. Bruh. The campaign by President Donald Trump and his advisor Elon Musk to radically cut back the U.S. bureaucracy spread on Friday, firing more than 9,500 workers who handle everything from managing federal lands, caring for military veterans. Workers at the Department of Interior, Energy, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, and Health and Human Services had their employment terminated in a drive that so far has largely but not exclusively targeted probationary employees in their first year on the job who have fewer employment protections. Taking a buyout that Trump and Musk have offered to get them to leave voluntarily. What is this buyout? Offer buyouts to federal workers. 75,000 of which accepted. What are these buyouts? I wonder how much money they're fucking giving to buy these people out. Trump is taking to slash a civilian workforce of 2.3 that he has blasted as ineffective and biased against him. He's also ordered government agencies to prepare for wide-ranging job cuts, and several have already begun to lay off recent hires who lack full job security. Civilian worker salaries account for less than 5% of that. Yes, this is just such like a meaningless. It's just so meaningless. Offer buyouts to federal workers. So this is right now. These are kind of like rough notes that I'm gonna flesh out. I think. I could also ask. God, this is so fucked. So. Give examples of what Trump has done when attempting to reduce federal spending and regulations. In relation to reductions. God, if it fucking gives me a super long thing, I'm gonna be so triggered. No. Second term only. Fuck me. No. Second term only. It's like, I mean, I guess, yeah, I should clarify that it's the second term only, but it's like also like so fucking obvious that I'm not asking about his first term. Yeah, I guess I could just have civilian hire freeze, no new employees in the government with few exceptions. Extension of the hiring freeze, executive order initiative implementing indefinite extension hiring freeze, workforce reductions, layoffs. Okay. And then I guess the other thing would just be layoffs in general. Or being fired. Or how many people has the Trump admin fired or laid off in the government? Because it is saying here that this is just like it's basically nothing, because this is like basically nothing. Like, this is like them trying to get the budget down. They're trying to cut 2 million out of it, or 2 trillion. Now they keep saying 1 trillion because they're being good faith. Bullshit. Civilian worker salaries account for less than 5% of the total federal budget. It's just like obviously like just not going to do anything. According to a cost to your government tracker by the Partnership for Public Service, as of October 2025, over 211,000 civil servants had left the workforce with firings, forced relocations, a deferred resignation program. Can I? This is. Many of these numbers are estimates, include voluntary departures, buyouts, resignations, as well as firings, layoffs, and may not isolate only firings or only layoffs. Okay. So I feel like something that what source do I trust the most? None of these sources are very. I trust the Economic Policy Institute. I'll look at them. During the first 100 days of this administration, Trump has unrelentingly attacked the federal workforce, creating an environment of chaos and inefficiency that will make it harder for federal workers to provide public goods that we all rely on. Most notable are Trump's efforts to reduce the size of the federal workforce, including firing thousands of probationary employees, offering buyouts, and directing federal agency heads to reduce the size of their departments. Trump has attacked federal workers' collective bargaining rights, from limiting recognition of recently ratified collective bargaining agreements to attempt to strip more than 1 million federal workers of their collective bargaining rights for the purpose of national security. Executive order on exclusions from federal labor. Wait, was this a recent thing? Exclusions from federal labor management relations programs. President Trump issued an executive order extending his original March executive order to include more agencies. This EO would also exclude workers at agencies including NASA and NOAA, the National Weather Service, and more from their rights to join a union, and lines up the potential elimination of even more collective bargaining agreements. Executive order that excludes agencies with national security missions from the Civil Service Reform Act of 1978. The action removes collective bargaining rights for workers at more than 30 federal agencies that involve the issues of national defense, border security. Notably, the executive order does not impact law enforcement. Under the Civil Service Reform Act of 1978, federal unions can bargain over a limited set of conditions of employment. The Trump administration cites having to negotiate with unions over matters of performance and changes in working conditions as threats to national security. And just this is so stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Why does he do this for everything? Every single thing, it's a national security. Every single thing is like state of emergency, national security, fucking literally everything. It's so stupid. Trump has also issued executive orders to remove civil protections from certain certain federal workers, making it easier to fire those who do not abide by his political interests. Most recently, the Trump administration proposed a rule creating the schedule policy career classification, which could result in thousands of federal workers being reclassified and becoming at-will employees, meaning they can be fired without reason. At the start of Trump's second term, the federal workforce consisted of roughly 3 million employees across the United States, most of whom live and work outside of Washington, D.C. Okay. Many workers seek jobs in the federal government because it provides long-term job security and excellent benefits. Nearly 50% of federal workers have been in the government for more than a decade. Federal workers hold an array of jobs that provide vital public goods and services. These impacts of these attacks will be felt beyond the federal workers themselves. The reduction of staff, the near elimination of some agencies, will strain the government's ability. So I'm going to... Okay. What did Trump do? I'm going to do... I'm going to do this. Staff cuts. Federal staff cuts, and then federal agency cuts, I guess, because I don't know what else I would call it, I guess. Federal agency cuts is definitely another one, and then, okay. Oops. Wait. has initiated sweeping reductions, including firings of thousands of probationary employees, have left the government under Trump. Is estimated that 200,000 civil servants have left the workforce, although the okay, yeah. I see why this is just completely worthless. Because at the end of the day, you're not like the amount. Okay, so it's like a how do I put it? Is the savings that you get getting rid of these federal workers worth the outcomes of the government potentially being less efficient? And I would say no. Because at the end of the day, if you're talking about reducing government spending and you're focusing on staff cuts, which only account for 5% of the entire budget, and of that 5%, you're only cutting maybe like almost a whole percent, right? Like you have, or no, wait, hold on. Let's do the fucking math. Let's do the math right now. So if we are cutting right, yeah, and then fuck, or no, wait, sorry. Okay, so you're cutting about 7%. 7% of the. Oh wait, hold on. I thought it said 3 million. Huh? How many federal employees are there? I don't know if this is going to count like military people, civilian employees. Okay, wait. $2.93 non-military federal employees. Okay. I'm fine with 3 million then. So you're cutting 7% of that 5%. So you have 5% of the federal budget, and you're removing about 7% of that 5%. So it's like we're talking about a percentage of the federal budget is being removed, and what do you get out of it? What do we like? So you save a very minimal amount of money, but what happens to the government? What happens to these what happens to the agencies that these people work in? Do they become less efficient? Do they end up fucking shit up? Do they it's just like there's so many things can go wrong for such little benefit. Like it's just really stupid. It is estimated that 21,000 civil servants have left the workforce. It is uncertain how many were fired, laid off, or wait a minute, fired, laid off, or left of their own will. This says, what is the source for this? Congressional Budget Office, federal personnel. I probably trust this more than that, right? Military personnel, about 2.25 million civilian personnel. Okay. So wait, so is their goal was to get rid of their goal was to cut $1 trillion from the federal budget. What is their goal for cuts? Civilian workforce of 2.3 million. No, maybe we'll go with 2.3 million then. So it's about 9%. It is estimated that 21,000 civilian servants have left the workforce, although it is uncertain how many were fired, laid off, or left of their own will. Okay. I'm gonna fucking... Okay. What did he cut? What did Trump do to trim down the budget? Federal staff cuts, civilian hire freeze, no new employees, offer buyouts to federal workers. It is estimated that 21 left the workforce, although it's uncertain how many were fired. The fact check this statement with sources. I mean, I don't, to be fair, I trust Reuters. I don't think Reuters would, I wouldn't imagine that they would make this shit up. Oh, this is, okay, it's, for the Peterson Foundation. For the full federal workforce compensation, if you look at total pay plus benefits for all no, not all federal personnel. No, okay, this is also relevant because we're talking specifically about civilians. The figure of 6.75 trillion. Okay, this seems to be true. Defense. So if I go civilian, it only says about 8% of the budget provided to veterans and former career employees of the government, both civilian and military, and about 9/10 of the benefits available to all veterans. Wait, where is the... Spending on civilian, federal pay, and benefits is much less than 5%. The Peter G. Peterson Foundation reports that in 2023, executive branch civilian personnel outlays were about 6% of total federal spending. The American Federation of Government Employees reports that 2024 federal workforce compensation was about 4.3% of the... Okay, I probably would trust this more than the Peterson Foundation, right? The civilian workforce only contributes to 4.3% of the federal budget. Civilian workforce only, and a small fraction of that percentage are being removed. So basically it's like about 9%. Oops. About 9%. Civilian workforce only contributes to 4.3% of the federal budget. federal budget, and a small fraction of that percentage are being removed, 9%. In essence, this does very little in saving money. I mean, I'm so curious. I mean, hypothetically, okay, so if we were to take the six, what is it? What does the budget say here in the Reuters article? 6 point, okay, so 6,750,000,000, and then it would be one more 0,000. This is 6 trillion, right? Million, billion, trillion. Okay. And then you multiply that by it would be 0.043, right? Yeah. 0.043. So, and then you would multiply that again by 0.09. 0.09. So out of the federal budget, it would only be, and maybe my math is wrong, the federal budget, this would only be saving $26 billion out of and the goal is to get rid of 1 trillion, and you're saving $26 billion? Is this, hold on. If the federal budget is 6.75 trillion dollars, and civilian labor makes up 4.3. Civilian labor payments make up 4.3% of the budget, and you fire 9, and you get rid of 9% of the civilian workforce, how much money would you save for the federal budget? I fucking typed that wrong. There's the one thing I trust ChatGPT on is math. I won't read anything ChatGPT says and be like, oh yeah, that's true. But this is the one, if it's math, I'll just believe them. Okay, good. Okay, my math is right. So it's only 26, that's only about 0.39% of the federal budget. God, so fucking stupid. And since this is very little in saving money and could pose risks of inefficiency or like, what is another word? Like, just like failure in the agencies that are losing employees. This, assuming the, I'm just going to copy this. The federal budget is $6.75 trillion, and civilian labor payments make up 4.3% of the budget, and you get rid of 9% of the civilian workforce. You only save 26.1, which is not the number I got from here. The number I did with my calculator. $26.1 billion. Only 0.339% of the budget. What percent is 26.1 billion of 1 trillion? I mean, this should, I feel like this is like a retarded question, but I just can't think right now. I can't. 2.6%. Okay, sorry. I just did not want to do the fucking math with the zeros and stuff. Only the budget and only 2.61. Or wait, what about 2 trillion? No, I'm not letting you get away with that. I'm doing 2 trillion. 1.305. Only 1.3% of the stated goal of 2 trillion cut from the budget. Okay, I think that's this is pretty conclusive that the federal staff cuts are fucking stupid and worthless. Federal agency cuts. So these are like cutting the Department of Justice, or not Department of Justice. Jesus Christ, that would be fucking cinema. No, cutting the Department of Education and stuff. Okay. Right. This was proposals for large discretionary spending cuts. Non-defense discretionary spending covers many domestic programs, meaning the cuts have major trade-offs. Some analysts note that although large proposals were made, actual realized savings were much smaller, and that proposed cuts often face... Okay, hold on, I'll come back to this. What government agencies or programs did Donald Trump get rid of or heavily reduce for in his efforts to shrink federal spending? What government agencies or programs did Donald Trump get rid of in his second term? Provide sources. What government agencies or programs did Donald Trump get rid of or heavily reduce in his efforts to shrink federal spending in his second term? Yeah. Okay. Trump 2021 budget. What do you mean? No, I said the fucking second term, did I not? In his second term. In his second term. What the fuck? I literally said it in this thing. Fuck yeah. Get rid of the Department of Education, dude. Here's the thing. Oh, fuck. The more I'm getting into this, the more I realize. Because, like, I probably will have to research, like, were these things worthless? And I don't know. I guess I probably wouldn't have to do anything crazy. But yeah, I'm kind of realizing maybe this might be more expansive than I originally considered. Because I might have to provide reasons why cutting the U.S. Department of Education is a fucking bad thing, right? Because they make arguments for it where it's like, oh, it's inefficient, it's not going up, or education's not going up, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So we're bringing it to the States or some bullshit. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let's keep it going. So notable agencies programs that Donald Trump administration proposed to eliminate or significantly reduce in its second term budget agenda as part of its efforts to shrink federal spending. Many of these are proposals rather than enacted law. This is Department of Education. That's officially not a thing anymore, right? Department of Education. I feel like that happened. Nursing excluded as professional degree. The Education Department is breaking off several of its main offices and giving their responsibilities to other federal agencies. An early look at how President Donald Trump could fulfill his campaign pledge to close the department entirely. Offices that serve the nation's schools and colleges would go to departments ranging from labor to interior. Education officials say the moves won't affect the money Congress gives states, schools, and colleges. They didn't say whether current department staff would keep their jobs. Wait, is this even going to save any money at all? I mean, because if they end up just like fucking breaking off the education department into like different like other aspects of the government and no one loses their jobs. I mean, even if people do lose their jobs, it's like, once again, as we can see here, like this is not like a meaningful impact on the budget in any way. Like we're not like fucking meaningfully improving government spending. In recent since he took office, Trump has called for the dismantling of the education department, saying it has been overrun by liberal thinking. True! Agency leaders have been making plans to parcel out its operations to other departments, and in July, the Supreme Court upheld mass layoffs that have the department's staff. I'm assuming this number would include that then. This isn't even that many fucking people. Oh my god, it's not even that many people. Why are we doing this? It's such a stupid, it's so fucking stupid. It's just dumb. It's just not, we're not doing anything. We're just like fucking up like random people's lives for no reason. It's so stupid. 1,400 layoffs. So fucking retarded, dude. Like this whole, it's just so stupid. In recent days, Education Secretary Linda McMahon has started a public campaign for the end of her department. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has started a public campaign for the end of her department. Okay. Making the case on social media that education's grant-making and question-answering functions could be better handled by states and other federal agencies. She's just basically petitioning to have her fucking job taken away? She retarded? While the necessity of the department is up for debate, it is also unclear how well-equipped the other state and federal departments are to take over the education department. Something I'm realizing now is I was saying earlier that like discussing why it's bad to remove stuff like this could be important, but also if it could, rather than, if I can not make that argument and I can simply just say, because now that I'm looking at it, I'm wondering if this is even like a meaningful impact, like this will have a meaningful impact on the budget. If I can just simply say, this does not impact the budget in any way that is like worth doing this, or it's not anything worth like getting excited over, or if it doesn't like meaningfully improve the, like, you know, cutting federal spending, like if that's the only argument I need to make, that's obviously preferable, because hypothetically in like a debate setting, if I were to start arguing with people about fucking why like why the Department of Education is important that just like goes down a whole fucking rabbit hole that like is unnecessary. And like it doesn't like, it's like we can argue about that, or we could just, if we can not argue about whether or not it's important and just focus on, does this decision actually meaningfully do anything? That's like way more interesting, and it's way more important to the central focus of Trump not doing anything or failing on his presidential promises or his campaign promises. Because at the end of the day, I would say that if you're doing nothing, you're failing. Or if you're making decisions that aren't doing anything, you're failing, right? It's not just about you're making things worse. It's about you're like doing stuff and it's not like nothing's improving. I would say that's a failure as well. Like if you make these big sweeping promises and you're just not delivering on them, I would say that is a failure, right? So if I can make the argument that cutting all of these agencies without talking about why they're important or why we should keep them, or talking about the negative impacts of getting rid of them, rather than doing, because I think most of these are proposals, and even the Department of Education, which I think is the furthest along, 15.3% reduction in discretionary budget. Oh, what does this mean? When a president submits a federal budget, each agency has two types of spending: mandatory spending, discretionary spending. We want to give the Department of Education 15% less money for its annually approved. Is that? So, okay, so this is a reduction for the U.S. Department. So it'd only be a 15% reduction in the U.S. Department of Education. It wouldn't be a 15% reduction in the discretionary budget of the entire country, it seems. Jesus. The request includes $66.7 billion in new discretionary budget authority for the Department of Education, a $12 billion. Oh my God. Right again. I'm always right. I'm always right. Why, dude? I swear to God, every single fucking time. I'm like every single time I approach something new, I'm just like, oh man, I could be walking into something where Trump is actually doing really well and I look like a fucking idiot because I'm trying to explain why he's doing something bad. Bro, this is nothing. 12 billion? You're removing 12 billion from the federal budget. That's less than the fucking workers. That's worse than the fucking workers you fired. And that's doing nothing. Are you kidding me? I say 12 trillion here. That would be crazy. 2 trillion. Okay. Fuck. Oh my God. I have way too much faith in Donald Trump. I really do. I'm honestly, I probably have more faith in Donald Trump than the average conservative. I really probably do. I just am always like blindly assuming that I'm like, you know what? Maybe at the very least, I might disagree with cutting the Department of Education, or I might think that's a bad idea. But hypothetically, that could take out a big, like whatever he's trying to do with the Department of Education, that could take out a big chunk of the budget. And then I look at it, it's like 12 billion. Okay, so we are saving $12 billion to potentially fuck up our entire education system in this country even more than it already is. It's $12 billion of federal spending. And according to Doge, my taxes I'm saving like 1,000 in taxes. No, what? No, what the fuck? This is not worth it. This is just totally not worth it. Like, holy shit. Why the fuck is he so bad at everything? I keep saying this over and over. Every single time I learn anything about Trump, I'm just like, fuck, he's so bad at his job. Like, everything I learn about him, I'm just like shocked at how horrible he is at everything. So stupid. Okay. Is this it? Is this the only thing he's cutting? multiple changes. Okay, another 500. Education for the disadvantaged, supporting effective instruction state grants. Yeah, thank God we saved that $500,000 in fucking federal spending. Holy shit, thank God. The institution. Oh, fuck. I do not want to read this whole thing. This is crazy. $508 million? Oops, wait. This is in thousands. Well, President's budget in thousands? For the Department of Education. So this would be 508 million? In thousands of dollars. Am I reading this right? So it would be a million. It would be 508 million. Well, that would be a lot more significant. There's no way we're doing $500 million for this. There's no way. Does this mean millions? I'm pretty sure it means million. Over $500 million. Oh, okay. This means Trump's second term. It zeroes out multiple programs. 508 million in support of in supporting effective instruction. Huh. Wait, what is the total budget of this thing? Hold on. I just got a package. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh no, I accidentally just opened fucking OBS. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Mandatory appropriation, total budget appropriation. So we'd be cutting. Okay, so in total. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Oh shit, I didn't put my thing back on. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure this all out. So take away about 10 billion from here. Wait, okay. So the total budget appropriation, 2024 final appropriation versus the 2026. So it looks like to be in total $13 billion. Wait, sorry, I mindfucked myself for a second. For some reason, I thought the 508 million in this context was a lot. Wait, no, it's not. Sorry, I mindfucked myself. Okay. So we're saving. So we're wait. Hold on. 15% reduction in discretionary budget. Wait. Total discretionary appropriation. Wait, hold on. No, this just mindfucked me for no reason. I wanted to... Okay. Okay. Hold on, it just mindfucked me for no fucking reason. What the fuck? Okay, this is so stupid. Okay, never mind. I mindfucked myself, to be clear. I saw... Okay, so here's my problem. Okay. I saw this. I said 508,000. That's a big number. But it's in thousands. That's a huge number. And I'm like, oh my God, it's $508 million for a single agency. That must be so much. But I'm forgetting the federal budget is fucking like $7 trillion. And I'm looking at this. So this is about total discretionary appropriation has gone down 15%. The mandatory appropriation has gone up by $1 million. Right? And then the total budget appropriation overall, the total budget is going down 14%. Okay, sorry. I totally just mindfucked the fuck out of myself. Oh my God, holy shit. This is even more fucking stupid than I thought it was. Department of Education proposed a 14.92% drop in fiscal year 2026 budget, a total of only $13 billion. Billion dollars. I'm just gonna do $13.5 billion or around. Dude, holy fucking shit, dude. Can I wish you could link a fucking actual page instead of this stupid shit. There's like no way to link an actual page. Bullshit. Total budget appropriation. Fuck, let me link it. Yep. Of only $13.5 billion. Okay, I asked it this question where I'm like, hey, is the 15%, is that all they're doing is cutting from the budget? Is there anything else they're doing? But okay, it's 100% funding is being cut. Wait, so this is important to bring up, I think. But Institute of Education Sciences, the budget commentary and external analysis identifying additional saving measures, slashes education funding, reduces aid to students, and consolidates grant programs. Fiscal budget. Okay, okay. I guess I just asked a stupid question then. I guess that's my fault. I asked a really fucking retarded question then, clearly. So this is, wow, this is just nothing. This is just absolutely nothing. Page 58. Wow. This is first term. National Endowment for the Arts. National Endowment for the Humanities, Institute of Museum and Library Services. USA Agency for Global Media. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Based. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we should cut funding to the U.S. Department of Smiles and Rainbows while we're at it. Like, holy shit. We should cut funding to the Federal Reserve of Laughter and Sunshine. Non-defense discretionary or other smaller 46 programs the administration flagged for elimination. It's so evil. They're so fucking evil. For example, the largest proposed elimination is the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, a national program that helps people afford heating and energy bills. It's roughly 4%. There's $4 billion, 0.06% of the discretionary budget. What the fuck are we, like, this is evil. Like, these people are fucking evil. This is evil. We are cutting programs that ultimately, you can say whatever you want. You could say, I don't like that these things are here. I don't like that there's blah, 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 blah. Bro, you're cutting all of this shit, and at the end of the day, your taxes are probably not going to be meaningfully affected. The amount of money you're making is not going to be meaningfully affected. The fucking federal spending is not going to go down in any meaningful way. And the cost of that is like literally just like ruining so many people's lives. It's fucking crazy. It's actually insane. And look at this. This is nothing. $7 million? $4 million for the federal budget? Like, what are we doing? I know that like $1 million and $2 million is a lot of money. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money, but when we're talking about like ways to meaningfully impact the federal budget, what the fuck are we doing? Oh yeah, look at all this Native American, look at all this wasted money. Look at this. What is this? 12, 16 million, $18 million just down the fucking drain. Yeah, better spent on a nice little ballroom. I know that's not paid by the government, but or is it? I actually don't know. It totally could be. These are nothing. What is the total? I wonder what the total amount of all these programs are. Trump made a list of 46 programs he wants to cut to save money on the federal budget. How much is the total savings? I wonder if this will give me a correct answer. Wait. These are all 46, correct? $17 billion in the federal budget. 0.26% of the federal budget. Like, what are we doing? I understand that, like, you could say that some of this stuff compounds, but, like, how much, like, at the end of the day, running an entire federal government is going to be expensive. And if you're going to cut things, like, at the end of the day, like, if I have two choices where it's like $5 billion for a government that works at very low efficiency versus a government that costs $10 billion that's insanely efficient, like, I'm okay with paying more in taxes. I'm okay with affordability being worse. If the government, it's like, yeah, I don't know how to, like, people want their cake and eat it too. They want to live in America and reap all the benefits of like that come with being American, but then they're also like, yeah, we can have everything that we have right now while also like having no government. It's just fucking stupid. Like, I understand, like, look, I get it. 0.26 of the federal budget. That it, like, you know, when you add these other things, you know, $26 billion, $13 billion, another $17 billion, like, that's a good amount of money. Sure. I'm not opposed to getting rid of like wasteful spending or things that don't matter as much. But like, especially when you look at this stuff, like, what are we doing? Like, look at some of this stuff. U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. It's only $4 million and you're getting rid of it. Just so stupid. The Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. Like, we're actually fucking evil. It's just actually just evil. I don't know what to tell you. Some of this shit I'm sure is fucking worthless, but like, come on, bro. $46 various programs Trump eliminate. Total savings is only I'm going to trust that this number, that it added it up properly. I'm going to try, like I said, the one thing I'm going to trust fucking ChatGPT on is the math, okay? Department of Education proposed, okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. U.S. Agency for, oh wait, hold on. National Endowment for the Arts. FEMA. Oh my God. Federal Emergency Management Agency. The fiscal year 2026 summary noted elimination of certain FEMA grants. 646 million cut? Like, seriously, I want, like, think about it. Like, $646 million. Like, okay, that's a lot of money. And I can imagine that that enriches FEMA to be able to do a lot of really important stuff. That's a lot of money. I'm not saying that any of these numbers here, are insignificant that I have on my in my notes. These are all very large numbers. My problem is that the amount of money that we're talking about here for FEMA, $646 million, that's a lot of money. And they can do a lot of stuff with that, a lot of important stuff with that. What does the US government benefit from saving $646 million out of the fucking $7 trillion budget? What are they, like, what are they, like, what is the long-term benefit of that? Oh, fuck, wait, fuck, I did it wrong. Shit. That's not right. Wait, it was divided by, right? If I have 6, or hold on. It was 646,000,000 6 million. No, that's 6 billion. Fuck. 646,000,000. Okay. Divided by 6. 6, 7. Wait, what is going on? Why is it doing this? Or am I supposed to do the... Okay. What percent is 646 million out of 6.75 trillion? Wow. Thank God. Less than 0.01%. Fuck yeah. Like this is what I'm talking about. The value that $646 million brings to FEMA is greater than the value that $646 million brings for saving on the federal budget. Like, it's just like, it's just so fucking stupid. It's so fucking unbelievably stupid. Just really dumb. Okay, well, hold on, let's take a look at this then, if this is true. FEMA. President Trump releases summary of fiscal year. Oh, wait, it might be cool to read this whole thing. FEMA grants. Budget would cut the Federal Emergency Management Agency's grant programs by $646 million. This cut would eliminate targeting violence and terrorism prevention. Fuck yeah, dude! Unauthorized programs like the National Domestic Preparedness Consortium. It is not clear how the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, Fire Prevention and Safety, and the Safer Grant programs in the Urban Areas Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Grant Program would be affected. Fuck yes! Wait, I saw this number before. The 163 billion. Where did I see this before? 163 billion. I swear I saw this fucking number somewhere. President Trump released a summary authority of 557 billion, which is 163 billion below current year spending. This proposal begins, I feel like I saw this number somewhere else, and I'm just trying to fucking remember where I saw it, because... yeah, I don't remember where I saw this, but I did see this. Okay. I saw 163 billion somewhere. I swear I did. Did I see it here? I might have seen it here somewhere, like in one of these earlier ones I was looking at. Okay. Proposed a $163 billion decrease to the non-defense discretionary budget authority. Was it 160? 22. Because here's another thing too, is like you can talk about how it's like, oh, this because you know 163 billion. Okay, that's like a bit more of like a meaningfully impactful like okay, 163 billion is a lot more if you want to talk about, you know, cutting federal spending. It, like, okay, that's a bit more meaningful, but it's only 22% of $500 billion thing. And the things you're cutting out, it's like, what the fuck are you cutting? Like, a lot of these things are just like nothing. Like, it's just like, also, wait, am I crazy? 163 billion. How is this? How does all of these numbers add up to 163 billion? There's no way that all these numbers do. This one has $1 billion here. And a lot of these are $500 million or $250 million. But there's no way that all of these programs alone, there's something else. Specific cabinet agencies. Wait, hold on. Maybe I... Non-defense discretionary budget authority. The documents released today were the top line numbers. The main development of the president's budget from the fire service perspective is the creation of a unified federal wildland firefighting agency. The president's budget would consolidate and unify federal wildland fire responsibilities into a new federal wildland fire service. The fuck is this? Okay, so this is specifically... So this is specifically about fire people or whatever. List the main cuts. Like, here's the thing. For there to be like any meaningful impact on the federal budget, I would need like 5 of these. I would need 5 different like government agencies or government programs that you're reaching into and cutting this shit out. I would need like 5 of these. And then I'd be like, okay, this is like a meaningful change. But when you're like going through with a fine-tooth comb to all these like other things, and you're like, oh, this $1 million and this $1 million and that $1 million are all worth it. It's like, that's only fucking $3 million, bro. Like, you know, it's just like, that's my problem, is that like a lot of these like compounding, I don't think are like, you need to be cutting stuff that actually benefits the government. Like, if you're cutting stuff just for the sake of cutting stuff and because it's money, but it doesn't meaningfully affect like the savings in the federal spending, then it's just completely worthless. Okay. A 22%. I would like to find a better one. National. Okay. I'm sure this one's great, but top highlights to counties. Top highlights to counties? Elimination of Economic Development Administration, which helps counties invest in infrastructure. Like, see, what are we, like, is this, do you think this is a bet? Like, Donald Trump is a businessman, okay? He should understand better than anybody that if you want to make $1 million, you got to spend a big fucking chunk of change to be able to do so. You have to invest to reap the benefits of making money. He knows this. He knows that if you want to make $1 million fucking dollars, you got to fucking invest. How does he think? How does he look at something like this? An economic development administration. He looks at this, which helps counties invest in infrastructure, workforce development, and small business support to help bolster local economic prosperity. How do you look at this and you're like, yeah, this is a waste of money? What the, like, it's fucking stupid. Like, it's just dumb. It's so stupid. Like, he knows that this is like not a bad, this is like inherently should be a good thing. Just stupid. So dumb. Cuts to Health Resources and Service Administration, which includes a $74 million reduction in non-clinical Ryan White HIV/AIDS activities, a $274 million cut to maternal and child health programs, and $1 billion cut to health workforce training and scholarships. New $500 million request for the Make America Healthy Again initiative. Okay, well, actually, that's not that much money, I guess. That's not that much money. Relative to everything else. That's not that much money. Fuck, this is so fucking retarded. From previous fiscal year. I don't know. A lot of this stuff I don't even think has gone through. Like I don't think any of this has even gone through, which is, I wonder what's happening because it's well past October. So I don't know if these are just going to go through as planned. Like we're going to still give them their money. Propose a $63 billion decrease. Previous, yeah. So, and this has nothing to do with Doge either. So this would stack on top of what Doge is doing. So then you're getting 163 plus if we're going to be generous and give Doge the 200. So now we have like maybe or almost $400 billion. Like almost, I guess. Out of the 2 trillion originally promised, or sorry, I mean 1 trillion originally promised. Like we're not even halfway there to the revised goal. We're not even halfway to the fucking goal that they came up with after they realized that the first one was impossible. It's fucking stupid. Decrease from the previous fiscal year. This is not Doge, I don't think. I'll look into it. Figure out if it's actually Doge or not. Still would fall short of $2 trillion goal. Cuts programs. Programs like, I just want to have a list of these fucking programs that Donald Adolf Hitler Trump wants to get rid of. And this was 46 million. What was the other one? The other one that was like super fucking evil, where it's like we're not gonna help people pay for their fucking heat. Fuck yeah, dude. $1 billion. Substance abuse and mental health services. Who needs them? Not me. 1.065 billion. What's the one? Oh, yeah. Very important, by the way. We were going to keep the Social Security. We're going to keep the Medicare. I think we're going to cut about 674 million. If that's all right with you. Fucking retarded. Where's the evil Hitler one? Where's the evil Hitler one where it's like we're not going to help people fucking pay for their health, for their heat? Where's the evil Hitler one? Oh wait, this was in this one actually. Never mind. Sorry, I got confused. Like you look at all these and these don't sound like unimportant. Oh, here it is. Elimination of low income home helps wait. It was in this one, right? I know it was in this one. Maybe it wasn't. Wait, it doesn't say how much. I'll only add ones that have numbers to it. Find some extra evil ones. Elimination of the economic. I wonder how much money this one takes up. Yeah, it says 4 billion. Wait, no, it's not even. Wait, this is over this period. So this one is, so it's only 359 million a year. It's fucking so stupid. This is so dumb. I could go on and on with these, but I'll just keep that short for now, and maybe I'll go back and like add some more. I'll probably keep streaming for. Normally I stop streaming at 5, but I might keep streaming for a little bit longer. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Um, 46 programs. U.S. Department of Health, National Services. What? Making America healthy again. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Centers for Disease Control Prevention. I think we're actually in here. CDC in millions. So $3 billion? Proposed 0.7 billion in cuts for health, resources, and services administration. 1.7. Oh yeah, I already did one. Proposed 3.5 billion in cuts for the CDC. Okay, I think that makes the point very clearly. And then just kind of like round it out by being like, look, none of these cuts, even when compounded on each other, meaningfully reduce federal spending and fail to meet the stated goal of $2 trillion. Even the 1 trillion goal, even with the 1 trillion goal, it is still not close. And then I guess I'll just say like the value these cuts bring to the government are marginal when compared to the value these funds add to these very important programs. We are gambling efficiency in many different government programs and agencies for what are very minimal returns in federal spending reductions. Right? I think that's fair, right? Federal agency just had program cuts, federal staff cuts, federal agency program cuts. I need to fucking get rid of this shit. Hold on. Okay. Did the budget shrink? I mean, I guess the answer would be yes, but like, or well, no, technically the budget hasn't shrank, because I guess something I'll have to look into is that a lot of these judges are saying that these, you know, cuts or whatever are not like, they're not fucking, what's the word? They're not even like legal, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the term would be. They're not legal. I don't know. Yeah. Because like the fucking Department of Education thing. Fuck, I have so many goddamn tabs open. I think I might be too far behind. Shit. Being dismantled. Wait, fuck. There was like what article did it come from? Hold on. It was in an article that I read. Judges block Trump. Look at all this. Oh my god, you look up judges block Trump, and it's like 30 million different fucking things come on the screen. God save us. Fuck, what is it? Judges block Depart Education. Breaks down. This is schools fear disruptions as the White House begins dismantling the education department. Education Secretary Lyndon McMahon speaks with reporters in the James Brady press briefing room at the White House. The Trump administration says its plan to dismantle the education department offers a fix for the nation's lagging academics. A solution could free schools from strictures of federal influence. Yet, to some school and state officials, the plan appears to add more bureaucracy with no clear benefit to students. Oh yeah, this is another thing. They're trying to justify this as oh, this is like making the education system better. It's like a two-part thing. And it doesn't either. I guess like it's kind of hard to say because I don't know. I think most of these things, I don't know what the actual fiscal year budget. What is the like? Has Trump's proposals for the 2026 fiscal year budget been successful? Sources. I just like I don't even know. Like I don't even because I imagine some of this shit is still pending in the legal process, right? Below, yeah, none of them has been enacted. Budget requests not law must go through Congress appropriations. Can you not just go? Is this something you can't do an executive order for? He's like, I say that this is it's a state of emergency that we need to get this spending down. I'm surprised he hasn't tried that. Wait, fucking so fiscal year budget summary. This is for the Department of Education. What is the full? Can I get a full thing? What is the full budget proposal? In millions of dollars. Office of the Secretary. Oh wait, this is just one thing. Fuck. Maybe it says somewhere. What did he? What was Donald Trump's full proposal for the entire budget for fiscal year 2026? Entire government spending budget for fiscal year 2026. No, I just want the fucking full number. That's all I want. I just want the total number for the budget. What? This is not the fucking question I'm asking. No, for the full government. I just want the entire fucking single full total. Okay, so is that just not a thing? What is this? When Donald Trump is making a proposal, fiscal year 2026. Oh, this is Department of Health and Human Services in particular. What was Donald Trump's entire budget proposal for fiscal year 2026 for entire government. God, I guess there's no answer to this. There's just like total government budget projections. The budget deficit with outlays of 7 trillion and revenues of 5.2 trillion. Nice. Projected debt levels. I don't care about the deficit. I just want to know what the budget is. We can fucking tackle the deficit is a whole can of worms. I just want to know what his proposed budget is. Like, what is he trying to fucking do? Budget deficit. I don't care about the fucking, well, I do care about the budget deficit, but it's fucking not what I'm looking for. I guess there's just no answer to this. What is the budget for the last year? The government budget was 6.75 trillion. How much is it in 2026? I don't know how particular I can possibly fucking be. Because I know there's an answer to this question. No. Net outlays are projected to be roughly 7.29. Joint Economic Committee. Whatever this number it's giving me right here is not correct. Establishing the congressional budget for the United States for fiscal year 2025. This is not correct. Okay. Bro, what? This number, I think, is probably the number I'm actually looking for. Hold on. I have an idea. Trump has made an effort to slash government spending in his second term. Is the budget projected to go down? Is the budget expected to go down or up? Question mark. Please, I'm the trend appears to be upwards. Wait, why didn't it give me any fucking sources? Well, the administration proposes cuts key large cost drivers such as mandatory spending. Interest on the debt and defense homeland security are still rising. For fiscal year 2025, the federal deficit dropped a bit from about 1.87 to 1.775 trillion, helped by increased tariff revenue and some spending restraint. Okay. Wait. Oh, the federal deficit dropped a bit. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think we were reading about that. And the reason... Fuck. Hold on, I want to see this. I actually want to know. Oh, wait. I have the ChatGPT thing at the end. The U.S. budget deficit shrank by 41 billion to 1.775. Okay, so wait, this is okay. So this is the deficit shrank, despite a $1.18 billion increase in revenues from President Donald Trump's tariffs. The results for the year end September 30th, which include nearly 9 months of Trump's second term in the White House, compared to a $1.817 trillion deficit in fiscal 2024. It was the first time the annual deficit had fallen since 2022, when the unwinding of COVID relief programs brought spending down. The smaller deficit was aided by a record $195 billion in net customs receipts for the fiscal year, an increase of 100. Bruh. I'm curious why this happened. Bruh. Oh God, I'm gonna get fucking unlocked in this whole thing. I do not believe this drop is short-term improvement rather than beginning. Revenues rose about $308 billion. Record customs duties receipts. Okay. Relative restraint in spending growth. Spending still rose. But the growth rate of spending was slower than the growth rate of revenue in that year. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So wait, I guess we could just ask, how much did we spend? How much did the government spend this year? It would be the 7 billion thing number, right? No, 2025. Or do we not have that yet? 7 trillion. Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, government spending increased. Okay. What are the negative impacts of these cuts? I mean, I guess. Okay. Did the budget decrease? Are there signs of it decreasing? No. Federal spending. Where was that thing I was looking at? Increased from the previous year in fiscal year 2025. And no permanent cuts have been made. Wait, I wonder, did the deficit get worse? The deficit got better. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, it said the deficit got better. Which I would say is probably more, well, no, it's not probably, it's definitely more important. But it didn't really go down that much. Like if Joe Biden's economy was a disaster, right? Like it was a total disaster, and Trump was able to bring the deficit down by like $41 billion. It's like, okay. I guess you did better, but like not in a meaningful way. I don't know. I've been made. The deficit shrunk, but only by a small margin. What was the number? Shit, what? Only 41 billion, which, I mean, you know, my problem is it's I think in general it should be good. If the deficit is going down, even if it goes down a little bit, that's good because it's not going up and it's not staying the same. So it is in general good that it's going down. But the problem is that, like, once again, Trump is selling himself as like, oh, I'm going to fucking fix all your problems. And he's, I mean, simply put, like the deficit is not shrinking by like a substantive margin where I'd be like, oh man, you're really fucking killing it. I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, especially when you consider, I would be curious about under Trump, the deficit shrunk by 41 billion. Why did this happen? Is it sustainable? Provide articles and sources. This is the article I already saw. Fuck. Can I get an article other than the Reuters one? Or Reuters or whatever it is? Fuck, I just... My tariffs are helping to slash the deficit this year by more than 25%? What the fuck are we talking about? What? Wait, also, hold on. Also, I'm pretty sure, wait, hold on, because I didn't even think about this. I'm pretty sure when it says the deficit shrunk, the deficit... The deficit is not... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Fuck, Trump is way more retarded than I realized because I'm not using my fucking brain. I'm conflating debt and deficit. I saw deficit and I'm like, oh yeah, the debt. No. The deficit is a yearly difference. The deficit is he's still deficit spending like crazy. It was slightly lower. But he's still adding to the debt. President Donald Trump faced questions about the economic impact of his trade policy. A White House social media post framed tariffs as essential for tackling federal deficits. Yeah, make sure you archive this. Tariff revenues smash records, slashing the U.S. deficit by over 25%. What? Damn, what the fuck? He's just straight up lying. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. And in stark contrast to the main admin, the last admin, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my admin have been created in the private sector. Fucking up. It's because you fucking got rid of... Of course, it's in the private sector. What do you mean? So stupid. Unlike the last president, thanks to my policy of killing every single homeless person, homelessness is down to 0%. It's just like, it's a fucking stupid. It's like you create a problem and then you're like, look at what I did. Hold on, I just want to make sure. To be clear, the deficit is due to overspending. Sorry, once again, I'm super economically illiterate, so I need to like clarify all this. Deficit is due to overspending, and the national debt went up. Because I was looking at that, I'm like, oh, the number went down. Like we were profitable. But I'm like, no. The 41 billion reduction in the annual deficit does not mean the government paid down debt or that Trump reduced the debt. Okay, fuck. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised he would lie about something like this. Red denotes Donald Trump's presidency. Damn. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder what his deficit spending was. Deficit spending over the years. Can I get a graph of that and see how much Donald Trump has deficit spent? Fuck. (2015, 2016, 2017). Oh, wait. Okay. 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017. Okay. So... Okay. So it looks like obviously Obama comes in and the Great Recession happens and you know, deficit spending goes up like crazy. But it looks like Obama was bringing the deficit spending down. Which, to be clear, I don't expect Trump to just like fucking like all of a sudden make it so that we're not deficit spending at all. But it's clear that deficit spending increased under Trump. Okay. And then deficit spending went down a little bit and is only marginally better this term after Biden, who Trump said was a disaster for the economy. I'm gonna like restructure all this because these are just like random like notes that I'm gonna like put into what is it? Like putting into here. We got the failure of Doge, reducing government spending. Because what I'll basically end up doing is basically what I end up doing. Hey Alex, what's up, buddy? Basically what I ended up doing is just reformatting this or all this information here into kind of like a written because with this stuff I'm kind of like writing it kind of like a persuasive essay. I don't know why. I don't know if there's any utility in that. Promises. What did Trump say pre-election? Legislature. What did Trump do? Reducing government spending, reducing federal regulation, smaller government. Counter argument. Conclusion. We actually, I mean, honestly, I feel like should stream tomorrow. I feel like by tomorrow's stream, I could probably have reducing federal regulations and government spending done. Because to be honest, there's not much I can say right now because obviously it's like very early into his campaign. But like assessing the metrics of how successful or are we on the right track for a betterment in terms of, you know, federal spending, in terms of stuff like that, I would say no. It doesn't seem like it. So yeah. Okay. I am going to call it a night for now. I'm going to be live again tomorrow. But yeah. Thanks for everyone checking out, hanging out, watching, whether you're in the VOD or live or whatever. But yeah, that's about it. I'm going to take off and I'll be live tomorrow.